So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel, the final day. Today, we battle Saber. We battle Sakura. We battle Angra Mainyu for the fate of this world and the Grail. This isn't the beach? You are absolutely right, it is not the beach. We are unfortunately stuck in a cave. A damp, moss-lit cave. Water was leaking out of it. It's probably filthy in here. I wouldn't want to get a scratch. It'll get contaminated. With all that cursed juice, with all that cursed liquid flowing around. Not a safe place to be. On the best of days. But here we are. Us and Ryder versus the strongest servant, Saber. It says strongest, but she was losing to Hassan. And also lost to Berserker, so I'm thinking she's just the last one standing. More than anything. At least. Alright, you ready for this epic showdown? Let's get fucking lost to Shiro. Hassan's a cheat. She lost to Shiro, man. And unlike Gilgamesh, she wasn't holding back super hard. Actually got outplayed. Let's get started. And of course, we're going to try our best to get killed, as the game did not say there are no more opportunities to die. We'll find a way. Losing to Shiro without JP's upgrades. This is a translation. This is translated. This is the Japanese build. There's no English build for this game. Saber's not your only enemy. There's still Assassin and Zoken. I can't be wasting my time here. That's right. Saber is just wasting time. Not even worth the effort. She took off her headband, removing the restraint on her mystic eyes. Ryder motions me back with one hand. Saber raises her sword. The hostility is already aimed at Ryder. It's Memorial Quest's altar. Very close, actually. It's a Medusa solo. Let's go. Ryder's eyes capture Saber. The mystic eyes, which petrify anyone in her sight, temporarily lower Saber's ability. Suddenly, her ability to petrify everyone, including Archer, disappears. Ryder disappears. The black cavalryman dashes at the swordsman with light speed. The attack is made so quickly that human reactions can't even perceive it. But Saber repels it like nothing. A heavy pressure fills the cavern. A cruel smile on her face, the black swordsman starts to move. I'm just reminded that people call Guts the Black Swordsman. Her vision spreads out. The instant Tosca Rin escapes the darkness, she forgets that she's deep underground. Ooh, a glowy pillar. This looks like a familiar scene. An impossibly high canopy in black sun. The huge cavern isn't a cave, but a desolate land. There should be 2, no 3 kilometers across. That's a big-ass fucking cave, holy shit. In the distance stands a monolithic wall. This is the start and end of the war. Last 10 pull on your alt and all you got was a 4-star event CE. Well, I'm sorry I absorbed all your luck, I'm afraid. I absorbed it all, but I'm not getting anything either. It's unfortunate. There should be a giant crater above the cliff. Up there is a system that's been activated for 200 years. Quite impressive, honestly, these days, making something that lasts 200 years. The massive rock that holds the large magic circle, the Great Holy Grail, belches black fire from its mortar-shaped center. Imagine Ozzy instead of Medusa. Just creates a reality marble around the Black Grail seemingly. Ozzy also nullifies all other noble phantasms in his reality marble, so she can't even Excalibur him and he just shoots lasers at her. The embryonic movements of the Black Shadow. The light illuminating the desert is a wave of magical energy. According to Tosca's records, this is what you'd call the altar of the beginning. The middle that leads to the middle. The circular circuit. The world of heart. Heavens feel. You know it's important because we got a title drop. It has immeasurable magical energy, creating an alien world that lives up to its name. Gilgamesh doesn't have the mana to destroy the world. His weapon's just capable of doing so. The only thing he can't actually do. He does have limits. He does have limits, as far-fetched as some of them are. Rin talks lightly as she makes her way to the altar. She's worried about Shiro and Ryder, but her situation isn't too good either. Yeah, Gilgamesh can just drop 1 billion nukes instead and kill everyone on the planet via radiation poisoning. Still works. The magical energy in the Great Holy Grail isn't something a human can handle. The vortex of magical energy can be called infinite. There's so much it won't run out, even if all the magi in the world come here and use whatever magic they wish. It's more than anyone can use in a lifetime, and therefore can be called infinite. Her determination almost breaks, faced with the numbing premonition of death. Keeping her spirits up with idle talk, she walks on. The ones she's watching out for are Assassin and Mato. Zoken, piss off. Mato Sakura isn't a threat. She's lost her mind and Rin sees no danger from her. Shiki laughs in true infinite. She's just Zoken's puppet after all. Rin's greatest enemy is Mato Zoken. The fight against Sakura isn't important. Zoken shouldn't allow an intruder to trespass this far. If he's planning to attack her, it'll be on the way to the altar. But it's not happening, and Rin's about to reach her destination. She thinks. Why is there no interference from Zoken? Why can't she feel his or Assassin's presence? She makes a guess. She denies the possibility, but easily accepts it. No. She's forced to accept it. Because... her guess turns out to be true. She looks up on top of the cliff. Throws Kama and Mara at Dark Sakura. That's actually a bad match. She's actually really good at obliterating servants. That's like the one thing she's actually good at roasting is servants. Regular people she has a harder time with. With the black sun behind her, Mato Sakura welcomes her older sister. Like, if you didn't notice, she one-shot Ku, she one-shot Saber, she sort of obliterated Herc. That would be a pretty bad match for them, especially if she'd eaten a couple servants. Praying Iron Hermione, CCC Kiara, Dark Sakura. Okay, that might work. She's not a servant. She has no conceptual advantage due to being the grail and a literal eater of spirits. Yeah, that would be bad. The girl has been transfigured further than Rin expected. Angraminyu is a servant without form. It's only a shadow that takes form using people's wishes, and therefore its powers depend on its master. Mato Sakura is now Angraminyu. All the evils of this world, the function to emit the curse, is the girl called Mato Sakura. Of course, that is exactly what Kirei would say. Not something that's that deserves to exist. Rin, that is, deserves to exist, not doesn't deserve to exist. Rin looks up at Sakura, who's turned into a bottomless well of magical energy, and releases the gem sword. But is it something that can match the being above her? There are two functions for weapons that support magic and ceremonial equipment that assist in rituals. One function is to amplify. It's a backup, increasing and supplementing one's magical energy and strengthening the spell itself. These items are considered orthodox support equipment, and Magi carry at least one. Rin's jewels are classified in this group. It's time to sleep. Things are just getting hype. Thanks for hanging out, Unafraid. I'll see you next time. Another is a limited function. It's a special magical item where the weapon itself becomes magic. It's activated using magical energy of the Magus and performs a predetermined divine mystery. Its greatest advantage is that it enables the Magus to use magic she's not capable of ordinarily. It only has one application and thus lacks versatility, but for that reason its power is immense. A lance that always pierces the heart. A bridle that enslaves holy beasts. A dagger that cancels any magical effect. Noble phantasms of servants are usually classified in this group. So which is the gem sword? Is it support equipment that gives magical energy to the user? Or is it a limited weapon that defeats the enemy with its unique ability? No matter which it may be, nothing should be able to match Mato Sakura. The difference in their magical energy is too vast. No matter what kind of a magic it may be, Mato Sakura should be able to drive it back in one breath. The air freezes. It's a good jab. Get her tilted so she's not as precise. Not as comfortable. Hostile tension mixes into the warm air in the cavern. Look, the first thing she does is try to psychologically attack her by getting her tilted. The black girl bites her lips and sighs. She smiles gracefully. He doesn't need to ask. Mato Zoken was killed by Mato Sakura. It's natural he hasn't shown himself. The old Magus was eaten by his own pet dog. Nothing to fear. But nothing.
姉さんなんて取るに足りない存在なのに、姉さんは私の中から消えてくるね。ね、だからあなたがいる。
Alright, we're pushing. Oops. Get part of that. Her voice is light sing-song, but the words are as heavy as slime. All the man that created the third magic for his vacation on the moon to bitch slap Sakura, and maybe he's signing K-scopes or even driving a few away? Why do you need to summon that guy? They already summoned his sword. What do you think the dagger she's holding is? The contradiction proves her madness. The hostility in the cavern is a rhapsody of superiority and awe. But isn't your contradiction the same? You literally, like, insulted her by saying a nice thing? Whatever.
その割にはご機嫌じゃない。造形を殺してアサシンも殺して。その分じゃ、綺麗もあんたに殺されたと見るべきね。
There's no rule that says an imitation can't surpass the original. I think Shiro himself has already said that.
あれだけ嫌がってたのに大した手際だわ。人殺しにはもう慣れたの？
No, she's cleaning up messes. Or do you think we need to keep Assassin alive for some reason?
だって、人を潰すのも飲み込むのも変わらないもの。人間は遊んでいないと毎日がつまらなくて意味がないし、飲まないと乾いて苦しいでしょ。
For people, it's boring and meaningless if you don't have fun, and it's painful if you don't eat, right? Yeah. Shouldn't you know that feeling?
姉さんと変わらない。私は当たり前のようにみんながしていることをするだけです。
Okay, maybe she's not the same as us.
今のへりくつ、本気で言ってる？へりくつなんかじゃありません。私は間違ってない。違ったのは強くなったからです。強くなったから今までとはあり方が変わってしまっただけ。私は強くなりました。強くなれば何をしても許されるんじゃないんですか？
Pretty much, yeah.
強くなれば誰にも負けなければ今までのことだって許される。私が私じゃなくなれば今までしてきたことも全部当たり前の仕方のないことだって言えるはずです。
A scream of rage. Yeah, she sounds really pissed off or about to cry. It's the complaint of a petulant child who can't escape unless she believes in it. Yeah, that sounds about right.
わかりましたか、姉さん。私はそういうものになるんです。だから誰だって殺せます。そんなの私にとっては当たり前のことなんだから。
The good old, because insane people don't go to jail, I'll just make myself insane. Seems like a good plan.
で、
Although
目につくものなら片っ端から八つ当たりするわけか。けどシロはどうなの？あいつは今でもあんたを助けられると信じてる。それでも関係なく、あんたはあいつをやっちゃう気？
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Although, yeah. I forgot my train of thought. I stopped my train of thought so that I could hear Rin talk. Let's see. You're super strong, therefore you can kill anyone. I don't remember where the train of thought was going. I had a plan and a conclusion to the sentence, but just waiting for Rin to stop talking actually kicked it from my head while I was listening to Rin talk. Her lines took up the same headspace that what I was going to respond to Sakura's comment was taking. Oops. Overrode it. Oh well. The girl stiffens. Rin's question is her last obstacle. Her excitement cools down. Thinking about him, she regains her sanity. A serene smile crosses her face.
それは先輩だって例外じゃないわ。私が殺してしまいたいのは あの人だけなんです、姉さん。
Oh, she wants me dead too?
私早く先輩も飲み込んでしまいたい。
Mato Sakura's reply shows that she's beyond help. Rin grips the gem sword and gauges the distance between them.
何がアンリ前と差し違えるよ。バカな子だと思ってたけど、ここまでバカとは思わなかったわ。完全に取り込まれて、とっくに人間やめてたのね。
That's right. I said I didn't think she had much of a choice in becoming crazy. Unlike what she suggested, she doesn't really have any control over what's happening. She's being drowned in madness and bloodlust, but she's not really able to resist it, rather than intentionally descending into that madness. Full force. A voice filled with clear hostility. As the supervisor of this land, Tosca Rin acknowledges her own sister is evil.
強がりですね。素直になってください、姉さん。こんな強い力を見せられて、本当は羨ましがってるんでしょ。嫉妬してるんでしょ。だからわざわざ叶わないって知りながら私を殺しに来たんです。
Sakura is finally a competent wizard.
この子を私から取り上げて、また自分だけで幸せになる気なんだ。
Nobu's reality marble functions against divinity. If you're not divine, it has no effect on you. That's why Nobu's reality marble would one-shot Gilgamesh and Herc and probably Ku. Basically anyone who has high divinity just instantly explodes if Nobu uses their reality marble, but if you're a normal human with crazy magic powers, nothing changes. Didn't it work on everything? No, it does damage inversely proportional to your divinity. Or it does damage proportional to your divinity. The higher the divinity, the more damage it does. Going down to being pretty useless against non-divine beings, as far as I recall. Like, if you're divine and Nobu uses her reality marble, you just instantly die. If you have a teeny bit of divinity, you just take a ton of damage and your power level drops like a rock. If you're not divine at all, it does a lot less. Alright, here come the weird cross-shaped things. Or at least one of them. The weird cross-shaped shadows. The shadows stand up. Yep. A magical absorption. A bundle of magical energy that matches a servant's noble phantasm. That's a lot of energy. Not one, but many rise up to attack. That's what you're going to attack with?
これは私の力です。姉さんにあげるものは後悔と絶望だけ。
Why not attack with your shadow? You know, the shadow that instantly envelops entire areas, killing people instantly? Makes fights unwinnable. Why send shadow minions when you could attack with your shadow directly?
ゆっくりと教えてあげます。
It's a bit of a throw, but whatever. There are 4 figures. They reach out for the small person beneath them like giants protecting the girl.
力の差を見せてあげますね。姉さん、今度は誰も助けに来ない。湖に落ちた虫みたいに この私に溺れなさい。
And you don't need missing data, you just send Muramasa. The towering shadows attack her. Sakura's shadow versus your dark. A titanic power that can be neither blocked nor dodged swallows Tosuga Ring. What's the plan, Tosuga? Oh, it doesn't look like she feels like responding. Alright. Two black figures crash against one another. One is Ryder, running at great speed, striking at her enemy from all possible directions. Her long hair blown behind her, she looks like a beautiful shooting star. But a shooting star is a small star after all. The swordsman who Ryder faces. Ryder cannot break through Saber's guard as she firmly fixes herself on the ground and overwhelms Ryder. No matter how quickly Ryder leaps to attack her blind spots, Saber deflects the daggers with a single swing of her blade, striking Ryder in the same motion. Her severe firmness reminds me of a black sun. Try Sieg and Shiro together with all the plot armor at Dark Sakura. Look, we're not trying to create a black hole, Shiro and Sieg. The black hole of plot defense. We'll conjure Kirito if we put too much plot armor in the same place, okay? We don't want that to happen. A large star that will consume you once you draw near. Ho, Saber's a black sun, alright. No matter how fast Ryder may move, an ephemeral shooting star can never match the light of one that burns in place. Her sneak attack is repelled yet again, and she's wounded. She can retreat as Saber counterattacks because of her superhuman speed. Ryder closes in and withdraws in an instant, just like a black spark. But her efforts merely prevent a fatal blow. It's not looking good. Shiro beating Sakura with rejected butter. You ask why? Because what? Just throw it at her mouth. She swallows the butter, is so overwhelmed by the fact that it's both magical and butter. Passes it. The difference in their powers is obvious. Ryder's speed decreases the more she attacks. High-speed movement and continuous offense. Natural healing that regenerates the wounds Saber sustains. She's not thinking about anything that comes after. She can't match Saber unless she uses all of her energy. Ryder's blocking Saber's attacks by attacking. Once Saber shifts to offense, she and her master will be killed instantly. Therefore, Ryder keeps running, knowing she'll eventually burn out. Her energy is lost with every passing second. Ryder said she could last 2 minutes. It's been 10 minutes since passing that limit. 10 minutes. She said 2 minutes and she's at 12. Ryder's legs are starting to give in to the strain. Has it been 10 or does it just feel like 10? In contrast, Saber is unscratched. Ryder's attacks have not reached her and she shows no fatigue. Technique, vitality, magical energy. Saber overwhelms Ryder in these three aspects. Therefore, once Ryder loses her speed, her sole advantage, Saber will shift to offense. Ryder's speed is declining. It's only a matter of time before Saber catches up to Ryder's speed. A few more seconds. Ryder will be out of breath once her next attack is blocked. I see what happened here. Ryder opened. She got a CE that gives her a bunch of stars to start out with. She opened really strong with like 50 stars. And then she's doing quick arts quick or arts quick quick. And she's slowly losing the stars over time, you know. The next time you do the chain, you get 48. Then you get 45. And then you fail the crit with one attack and you go down to 30. It's going like that. It's just slowly declining. I think we've all been there, right? You start with a lot of stars and then 3 turns later you're like, how did I run out of stars? I was critting all the time. Doing all the quick crits. Cool. The instant Ryder loses her strength and magical energy, Saber will slice her body in half. Throw Annie Blonde at her, exactly. We started with the star bomb. But this has been predicted. Before they came to the cavern, the boy told Ryder of his prediction of this exact outcome. She knows she'll lose if she fights like this. There's only one way to change the outcome of death. They hold their breath and wait for the moment. Rider attacks Saber. That same instant, I loosen the restraint on my left arm and start the projection. I'm disappearing. Loosening the shroud on Archer's arm. Search. I'm blown away. The wind's strong. I'm losing my comprehension of what's before me. Let go of the right hand. Put the shroud back on. I can't bear it for even a second. I'll lose everything. I'll lose what I value. Search. Select. No. Every part of my body's dying at this moment. Rider's fighting desperately. I can't whine about this. I have to do what I can and fight. I can't lose my concentration for even a second. Rider's going to time it. I have to free my left arm so I can match her timing. Select. Analyze. Shiro is such an edgelord of a shooting. But it hurts. It's painful and scary. Quick. Quick is right. It disappears. Something I value disappears. I can't remember what I lost, but what I kept in my heart cannot be recalled ever again. Defer. Flash. My right lung is torn from within. Not yet. I can't stay conscious. Ryder's also desperate. I won't lose. I give all I have to keep watching Ryder. Ryder's fighting her fight. I'll fight my own fight. An internal fight. Its only battle is against herself. Ryder stops. She must have exhausted her reserves of energy because she's on her knees in front of Saber. Saber's sword moves. Ryder's going to be killed. I was promised a way to die. I was promised a way to die. Alright. Attack Saber madly without a projection. Use another projection. Let's attack. Let's go all in on that attack. See if this gets us. Again, I can't just abandon Ryder. Let's see if this gets us killed. Remember, we're always trying to kill ourselves here. I bear the pain and the shredding memory. I pull out the Azoth sword and run to the Black Swordsman. Oh yeah, we're just going in with a regular ass knife. If my determination was quick, my reaction was quick as well. My legs are as strong as an explosion. Screw up again. My body's as fast as a bullet. Regurgitation of blood. Backflow of my senses. Backflow of poison. My left arm and my body become one. An inexperienced warrior named Emiyashiro turns into a supreme super being. A second feels like 10. I can manage it. I can match Saber by sacrificing Emiyashiro. I run to the confronting figures and attack from the side. And Ryder's like, what are you doing? She's on the ground. Saber can only react with her eyes. I got her. I take aim at her open side and cut at her left arm with the Azoth sword. It breaks. The sword that should have cut through Saber's arm shatters at the moment of contact. At the speed of light, the counterattack comes. An arm flies off. A severed left arm rolls across the ground, just as I planned. Ryder jumps back, while Saber just stands there. I kneel, trying to staunch the flow of blood from my left shoulder with my remaining hand. I writhe in agony. The Black Swordsman states without emotion, there's no need to react. She comes near me. She steps behind my back and... The tip of her sword pricks my spine. A cold weight of death able to pierce my heart with one push.
ここで私の剣にかかるか、死以上の死を桜に与えられるか、どちらを取るかはあなた次第です、シロ。
Isn't MHXX anti-threat against humanity plus a foreigner who isn't bonded to the grail? And isn't Dark Sakura a threat against humanity? No, she's not a threat against humanity. If she was, we would have gotten an actual counter guardian summoned. Like we would have gotten a grand. So we didn't get one, so she's not that much of a threat. I'm losing consciousness. My blood's flowing out of me, and a sword is pressed against my back. I don't know what I choose. There's only one thing I'm sure of. It's that I can't save Sakura no matter what. Yeah, both of them are outside reality, BB. I don't know. Well, you might have noticed, but at least Kama, outside reality and time. And a baby threat to humanity that we didn't see one for because they said, oh yeah, well if there was a real threat, a counter guardian would have already been summoned. And Kiara was also not a full beast. I'm pretty sure the world only cares if it's a literal 100% success chance that the world's gonna die. Oh, really? Cade, what are you doing here? This doesn't look like... This looks like a tiger dojo. I have the feeling Cade was lying. How's everyone doing? Are you dying without mercy? Are you saying that there's more ways to die? Dumb ways to die? So many dumb ways to die?
桜ちゃんルートもクライマックス直前。東坂さんが大ピンチって時にやられてる場合じゃないでしょう。
I'm pretty sure I was just beaten.
シロじゃどうあってもセイバーには勝てないんだから、ここはライダーを信じて自分の仕事に徹すること。
Oh shit, send a grand to kill her. Sends Orion. Orion is the most overkill servant ever.
シロの役割は後方支援。遠くから戦いを見守って美味しいところをかっさらうべし。
Watch over the fight from a distance and take the best part.
なんていうか派手な話になってきたわね。舞台は地下になるわ。さくらちゃんは超絶パワーアップをするわ。あー、フェイトよ。どこに行く？そうなんすよ師匠。このルートこそ私の出番かと思ったらライバルがさくらでしょ。
The real I would ask why Orion didn't kill Zeus as well, but I know the answer is obvious, and the answer is Orion punches with his bow and doesn't shoot with it, and Zeus flies. It's that simple. Orion can't fly.
もう全然勝負にならなくて、こうやって道場に出戻りしたのでした。いや悲惨な話じゃのう。いじめられっ子が実は一番打たれ強いっていうのは本当だったんだ。恐るべし遠坂姉妹。実はどっちも悪魔っ子だったとは。
He died before reaching Olympus? Seriously? What a weak bitch.
ほんと、みんな猫かぶってて困っちゃう。
Plot-wise, he's pretty shitty then, okay. Everyone was putting their mask on, really?
ブラックになって容赦ないし、リンもいざとなったら冷酷になるし。シローもかわいそう。ヒロインの中で裏表ないの 私だけだもの。
いやまあ確かにイリアちゃんは裏表ないけどね。
Yeah, she's not two-faced.
それじゃ恒例のちょっといい話。
Okay, what's our hint?
さくらちゃんルートヘブンズフィールは2種類のエンディングがあります。このどちらかがグランドフィナーレ。 Fate Stay Night の真のエンディングです。
トゥルーとノーマルね。まあノーマルには簡単にいけると思うわ。
Well, you can easily get to the normal end?
けど
Okay.
トゥルーへの条件は今までの成果が問われるっていうか。ぶっちゃ
I
け
see.
私の好感度が4以下だったり投影を1回でも多く使ってるとトゥルーにはいけないのでした。
You can't get to the true ending if your affection points are below 4 or if you use projection one too many times? Okay.
チェストーネタバレすんなー。
Couldn't even one-on-one Zeus? Weak. Weak.
何よ、最後なんだからこれぐらいいいじゃない。
He didn't even make it to the Lost Belt King. How sad is that? King Hassan at least did that much. Zeus didn't even bother showing up. Wow, imagine getting wrecked so hard the Lost Belt King isn't even needed to shit on you.
ダメなり、これはフェイト最後の砦なり。でもぶっちゃけイリアちゃん好感度は14日目からやり直せばなんとかなるのである。
何よ、タイガだってはっきり言ってる。
だってここ Q&A よ。ヒントを出すことが私たちの存在理由よ。
そうなんだ。ネタバレとよく違いがわからないけど、とにかく師匠応募だ。
39回目にしてようやく気づいたか。さて次はいよいよオーラス最後のタイガー道場よ。長かった本編もついにおしまい。最後のバッドエンドは鳥を飾るにふさわしいラブラブ激ヤマ番外編という噂。
Oh, we're getting the Rabu Rabu route. Is that what we're pursuing it? The last bad end? We'll see.
おのおの期待して優柔不断を貫くがよい。
Keep your expectations up and keep up your indecisiveness. Alright, well, that was the death. We got our arm chopped off. So obviously, don't mindlessly attack like we're capable of matching Saber in a 1v1 without projecting. Although that one's a little bit vague. We could have launched an attack Noble Phantasm or something. Like blasted her with Excalibur while Ryder was on the ground. Something like that. You never know what it could actually be. Hospital 5 with a sacrifice. Sounds like a lot of jobbing, BB. A lot of Orion jobbing. I trust her. You trust Ryder? I have to trust her and wait. What good will it do even if I attack Saber now? What can I do with my projection that's already prepared? Well, you already prepared something? Why the fuck don't you do it? Our plan's already been determined. Ryder accepted my strategy, temporarily acknowledging me as her master, so... Saber's sword cuts through empty space. Ryder's already retreated out of Saber's range, and it's the greatest retreat possible. She jumps back to the edge of the cavern. Saber can't pursue her. Ryder's chain is tangled around her legs. That's why Ryder went on her knees. Ryder persistently attacked Saber's upper body, entangled her legs as the final attack, and nailed her in place by piercing the nailed dagger into the ground. For Gudiko, Dark Sakura, banishing her into Gacha Hell. The one thing Dark Sakura can't absorb, the Gacha. Magical energy courses through Saber's body. Saber takes on lightning and easily destroys the chain. But it's too late. The small opening lasts a mere 2 seconds, but that's more than Ryder needs. 50 meters. Seeing the sudden gap between them, Saber instantly realizes Ryder's intention. And there's only one way to oppose it. A strongest attack for a strongest attack. Black light flows out. A scorching wind bursts forth from Saber's sword. A comet will attack her in the next second. The strongest noble phantasm is employed to wipe out the pure white light from Ryder. Ryder lowers her stance. The summoning circle is already completed. A giant eye bound by blood materializes in front of her. The sword readied beside her. Converging and spinning, the light of the star reaches the critical point. The black sun stands ready, the flare held in both hands. Its true name is cast. Ryder's figure is instantly covered in white. The true name is revealed. Saber's sword transforms into a blazing black flame. I didn't even have to click, it just moved by itself. This is all going by itself. One of the stories for Grand Carnival is revealable. Jalter is in QP hell and works as a hostess to get QP. She probably burns people to a crisp too. The two lights in the cavern contend for supremacy. At that instant, I stop time. I accelerate all my processes, disguising this instant as eternity. Search, select, analyze, project. That's my role. The second projection. Magic that shaves my existence away. But we can't beat Saber without it. We can't match Saber's noble phantasm even with Bellerophon. We knew that already. So I'm going to make her win. If Ryder's noble phantasm is inferior in force, I'll make up for the difference.
I am the bone of my sword.
I already know what I have to use. The projection's completed in an instant. The greatest projection Archer knows. The noble phantasm that will lead Ryder to victory. I make it into reality using its true name. A shudder runs through my outstretched arm. Nerves, muscle, and blood dance around like mad. I frantically hold my convulsing left arm with my right. Barrett. I can't stop the projection. The lights are still competing. If Ryder loses Ayas now, she'll be vaporized in an instant. That's a lot better, by the way. This is fucking cool, but I like how this works. This is, he's using it like he, uses it in Prisma Ilia, instead of how he uses it like, imagine Kiritsugu also taught Shiro not only basic magic, but also useful thing like Chronos Rose or Double Excel. Yeah, imagine if Shiro actually knew real or Emi Shiro actually used real magic. It wasn't terrible. Yeah, that would be really cool. But I like this. He's using it like he does in Prisma Ilia, where instead of just standing there and casting it directly in front of him, he casts it on a person so they can use it to protect themselves. And in this case, she's just tunneling her way through the laser, brute force style. And it's splitting in every direction. That looks fucking cool, man. Holy shit. That's a good picture. That's a good fucking picture, damn. Alright. My left arm jumps about, while my shoulder fires bullets into my body. The magical energy I can't control explodes in my body, and just like an eraser, turns Emi Ashiro's body white. I roar out. I scream to ward off the pain and fear of losing myself. bare magical energy is smashed. It completely destroys the balance between the two. Scattering the fourth petal, the black ultimate light penetrated through. It fills the cavern with bright white light. The two servants are blown away. Ryder smashes against the wall with the exact speed at which she charged. Saber is hurled backwards by Bellerophon and falls to the ground on her back. They're both alive. Ryder must have used up her magical energy as she's still on the ground. But Saber, she's deeply wounded, but she still has some power left. We barely had the edge in the confrontation of the noble phantasms. Bellerophon had 90% of its light offset by its Saber's holy sword. I run. I run without understanding what I have to do. I release the Aether sword while I run. I run to her. I run to her and straddle her defenseless body. Did she hit her head? Saber's looking up at me absent-mindedly. How must I look to her? I'm on top of her, looking down with a dagger upraised. Saber's natural healing power is extraordinary. She'll regenerate unless I finish her off right now. Finish her here. We'll be killed unless I kill Saber, who's wounded and unable to fight back. My fragmented mind is strangely clear right now. She must be conscious again. Saber's staring at me with cold eyes. Wow. Wow. What an obvious way to die. Am I right? Like, save Saber. She obviously kills us here, right? Bring my arm down. Bellerophon has never been implied to purify people. Y'all want a quick death? Let's watch what happens when we decide we're going to save her, because this is suddenly going to turn into the heroic route. Let's save Saber. I can't bring the blade down. My hand's shaking and I can't pierce Saber's heart. She's just looking up at me. She's just staring at me without emotion or interest. Only a few days. It's only been 8 days since the night I lost her. I should say it's already been 8 days. It's been that long since I lost her clear golden hair and her gentle green eyes. I can still clearly recall her silver armor and the beauty of her attacks. This is for all you Saber fans out there. This is what happens when you choose Saber. Even though I knew nothing, she accepted me as her master, serving as my sword to the very end. No matter how many times she was wounded and faced death, her determination never wavered. I won't forget about it. I can't forget about that night, that miracle, the golden hair shining under the moonlight. It's an eternal scene that will never be lost, no matter how much she changes. And I realize I can't kill Saber. Even though she's turned dark and her magical energy is ominous, she's still the Saber that protected me. So how can I kill her? The dagger falls. Not onto her chest, but onto the ground. The black swordsman says nothing. Her body's completely healed now. It's probably because of the enormous amount of Sakura's magical energy. Her body's not the only thing that healed, as her magical energy is charged as well. I can understand Saber's hatred. It's natural she's disappointed. The cave rumbles. What's happening off in the darkness? A rumbling like a death cry comes from the way Tosca went. The vibration sounds like a lamentation. The person causing the rumbling is frantically calling for help?
Saber!
I don't know if it's because of the vibration, but Saber's body is sinking into the ground. No, she's being swallowed up by her own shadow.
あなたの処刑は先送りです。さくらが救いを求めている。
The shadow fades away. Having drawn Saber in, it seeps into the rock and disappears. Not dead yet. We're about to be. Saber's fully recovered and retreated. I suddenly wake up. I realize I'm sleeping in an unfamiliar place. No, something's wrong. Something's wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. I get up. I shake my head and clear my mind. I eliminated something important at the cost of something important. Rin's fine. Rin's fine. I pull the Gazoth sword from the ground. That's odd. Why is the dagger that was in my hand sticking out of the ground? I tighten the restraint on my left arm. I've used up most of the magical energy. What's left in Archer's arm and myself? I should be able to do more if I combine them, but I can only manage one more projection. I won't be able to suppress Archer's arm after that. This does get us killed, right? This is a bad end. I'm forgetting something, but I should hurry for now. My body's stiff. I feel like I'm a tin man. Someone's calling for me in the distance. The voice. The unfamiliar voice. Feels like something important, and I move my tin body forward. It takes time to go through the cave. The rumbling has already stopped, and a warm wind that makes me want to vomit is coming from the back. My left arm hurts. My brain sheds a little more with each step, and my thoughts are crumbling apart like a collapsing building. I escape from the black darkness into the white darkness. My body's burning. I'm a brazier, and it feels like I'm thrown inside a furnace. My headache's getting worse. My breath is hot, and the air's even hotter. The heat burns my lungs, and the rotten air sticks to my throat. The heat burn. I was wrong. This isn't a furnace. It's like being inside a giant stomach. This is the last stage. The final destination where Sakura hid herself, Zoken lurked, and Tosca has now gone. But it's too quiet. I don't feel any battles going on. Everything's so intensely white, I can't find Zoken's laughter, Tosca's figure, or Sakura's downcast expression. I walk forward without a thought for what might have happened. I don't have time or energy to waste on that. My thoughts are a precious resource now. I can project one more time. I can't degrade my final weapon with unnecessary speculation. I scale the cliff. I keep my head blank as I climb, conserving what little of my mind remains. A pillar of light that's like a black sun. Watching Dark Sakura being molested by Chloe and beaten by the power of friendship and magical girls? I believe it. Ilya would find a way to win. Prisma Ilya would at least. Because she has useful DPS magic and can fight servants. There. And Sakura transfigured to black. Sakura looks at me with wonder. Red eyes without emotion. The coldness of her eyes brings everything to a halt. How stupid. I made the same mistake again.
来てくれたんですね、先輩。随分と遅いから逃げちゃったのかなって勘違いしちゃいました。ごめんなさい。今すぐ私を呼び戻しますね。先輩を驚かせようと思って出口にいっぱい配置したのは失敗でした。
She smiles. At that instant, my spine turns to ice. Sakura's smile is so unlike her, it makes me forget about what I have to say or what I have to project.
登坂はどこに
I ask a stupid question. Completely forgetting about bringing Sakura back, I ask something I don't need to, something that's readily apparent.
姉さん
My question hasn't taken her by surprise. It seems she's pitying me for failing to grasp something so obvious.
俺より先に登坂が来たはずだあいつはどこに行った
The air's hot. I like how, in his head, he comments, wow, it's so obvious, but I'm gonna continue this line of conversation anyway, so fuck it, let's go. Like, what? Why'd you follow up with that question? The air is hot. It feels like the wind on my skin is melting my body. I look around the cavern from here. I don't see Tosaka below. The only sign of human life is here, by Sakura's feet. A cloth that looks like a ribbon is on the ground, dyed in black. Tosaka's presence is gone. Tosaka's body is gone. Tosaka's bloodstain doesn't even exist. Fate Stay Night Illy with Ruby. She'd actually do something other than provide us exposition? And being cute. I guess she's cute and provides exposition.
さくらお前
Oh my.
ええ先輩の思っている通りです。姉さんはもうこの世のどこにもいないんです。
You look sad, but I don't believe you.
だってさっき私が飲み込んでしまったんですもの。
You just consumed her. Was she tasty? Who is it?
あ、もちろん散らかしてなんていませんよ。
That's rude.
体も心も残さずきれいに。こんな体になってもお行儀はいいんです私。
Who is it? Who is it? Why are we asking?
姉さんは死んでなんかいません。今もこうやって私の中で苦しんでいます。姉さん、あんなに弱かったんですね。私がされたことを一から体験させてあげてるんですけど、一日目で泣き崩れてる。
That sounds like a fun. That sounds like a fun death. All right. I guess you are a master of space, raping your own sister. A little bit messed up, just a little bit, but she is corrupted by all the evil in existence.
ほら、
And that was what she
聞こ
went
えます
through,
か？
a courtesy of her brother and grandfather.
昔の私みたいに叫んでる。
Can you hear her? She's screaming for help and apologizing just like I used to.
かわいいな。そんなことまで口にして。お願いだからここから出してさくらですって。バカな姉さん。そんなこと言われたらもっと楽しみたくなるのに。
She's a good girl. She's had some excellent role models. Shinji and Mato Zoken made her give her some great ideas, I'm sure.
美味しすぎて我を忘れそう。
Insects and seaweed.
ごちそうさま先輩。先輩が連れてきてくれたあの人は最高のごちそうでした。
It was a delicious snack, apparently. Whose outer shell is that? My remaining thoughts ignite. My reason explodes, and I'm starting to forget what I'm supposed to do and who the person in front of me is.
さくらお前は
You went too far away for me to retrieve you.
やめてください。そんな目で私を見ないで。だいたい先輩がいけないんですよ。セーバーを助けたりするから 最後の最後で姉さんは私を殺し損なったんです。セーバーの助けがなかったら殺されていたのは私の方だったのに。けど嬉しいです。先輩がセーバーを助けて、私を助けて。
We saved Saber, right? That was our mission. That was our mission from the start, right? Save Saber? That was what was our promise? Our mind's degrading. We can't remember.
先輩も一緒に取り込んであげます。
Oh, are we gonna be joining Rin?
さあ先輩。
That doesn't sound fun. I don't like seaweed.
姉さんたらさっきから先輩に助けを求めてばっかりなんだもの。すぐそばに行って手でも握ってあげてくださいね。
I don't like seaweed. The shadow falls. The light from the pillar is blocked off as if a giant wall is created. Black shadows emerge. I don't know where they came from, but the giants surround me like a prison. There's nowhere to run. The giants melt into each other, becoming a tidal wave that surges over me. All my senses disappear in an instant. An infinite, boundless darkness. I hear someone weeping as I fall into Sakura's shadow. Well, we forgot who we were trying to save. We saved Saber. It didn't end well. Hey, another extra stage. What do we got? Okay, there shouldn't be any other bad endings, right? We got extra stage side B. There's only ever A side and B side of a tape. We got the harem end in Fate. Wait, it said bad end and we got murdered. Okay, maybe not a good end. An erotic development that will keep you an animalistic passion for life. I guess? The rest of your life? Yeah, I guess. However long that lasts.
やっぱり無理あるっすか師匠。もうこういうサスペンスなの禁止。苦労して倒したはずの怪生物がエンディングロールの後に蘇ってフィンとかもう大好き。
不滅ゆえに怪物だからな。は
あ先輩久しぶりっす。
How's it going, Rin?
まったくこれというのも変な未練にこだわったからよ。
Yep, missing data is pretty good.
助けられるのは一人だけ。その覚悟で最終決戦に臨んだんだから、どんな状況だろうと貫き通さないと。
I don't know. Shiro's been pretty flaky. You know, he flaked out on Saber, flaked out on half his ideals. Why wouldn't he flake out on Sakura halfway through? He flaked out on everything else.
けど、本当にセイバーを救うエンディングはないんですか？
セイバールートをやれ。
There's no ending to save Saber? Play the Saber route.
身も蓋もないけどそういうことね。セイバーちゃんルートでセイバーちゃんをハッピーにするエンディングはないので、セイバーちゃん支持派は諦めてください。
Well, you heard it right from the mouth of the tiger. Give up, Saber fans. There's no way to make her happy here. Did you see her pop up on the right there? I sure did.
本当におしまいです。全40回飽きずに付き合ってくれてありがとうございました。うわー、そんなにあったんだ。
There's 40 dojos in total. Yeah, I don't think we have all 40.
このスタンプ全部集めるとどうなるの？それは集めてのお楽しみ。本編ももうすぐ終わるし、まだ見てない道場があったらスキップ機能を駆使してやり直すのも楽しいかもね。何にせよ今までプレイしてくれてありがとう。本編もあとちょっと。最後まで頑張ってね。今まで本当にありがとう。楽しかったよ。
Yeah, it was fun hanging out, Ilya. Taiga.
バイバイ。縁があったらフルコンプリート後にまた会おうね。
Alright, so in conclusion, don't randomly save Saber and decide not to kill someone you're fighting to the death to kill. Alright, let's load up. This time, we gotta bring our arm down. We gotta kill Saber. There's no hesitation. Holding her gaze, I bring down my heavy arm. There's no resistance. I end Saber's life with one blow. There were memories. There was the warmth of life. Her warmth was always by my side. I'm not actually sure how much I like this drawing. Are the proportions right? I feel like the proportions are slightly wrong. Do the proportions seem wrong to you? Like Shiro's too tall? Look at his look at the length of his thigh joints and the length of his arms. He's like, it looks like his elbow would go all the way. Well, I don't know. Maybe the proportions aren't wrong. I don't know. There's something off with that picture. Something. Anyway, I kill her. Along with those memories. I search through my mind and throw them away to where I can't find them again. They'll never return. I'll never recall her now. Such a thing will never be forgiven. I chose this path. I killed someone else to save Sakura. Using my own hands, I killed someone who protected me until the very end. Neither regret nor a confession will bring forgiveness. This is what it means to ally with someone. I'll keep sacrificing important things for the one I love. And on this path, there's nothing brilliant enough to make up for what I've lost.
Saber.
I'll search all my life for happiness that can measure up to what I lost. Just summon her again. Shush you. I'll keep losing more than I gain, and I know I'll stop someday. But I'm gonna take responsibility for stealing things away, even if I'm pathetic, comical, or meaningless. I don't know where I can find happiness, but I swear to myself that I'll never give up, even if I can't see the end. The weight on my dagger disappears. Silent to the end, the dark swordsman sinks into the black shadow, her eyes fixated on me. Yeah, she's one of the few servants that remembers the Holy Grail Wars. She also hasn't died yet in any of the Grail Wars. She just got unsummoned. I don't know if that matters. The black wave closes in. Spreading its arms to block its prey's escape, it attacks as a tidal surge. And we're back. We're back to the German. This is something free tool, right? It is German. Sorry. Werkzeug is tool, right? It's like power tools or objects that do something. Functional? Yeah. Yeah. Let go tool. Oh, that's so bad. The golden flash of light forbids the giant's existence. 6 already. Rin has cut down the endless barrage of dark curses. And the rainbow sword actually looked like a rainbow for 1 second. The surprised one is Matou Sakura, master of the shadows. It's a natural reaction. Each of the black giants is a match for the noble phantasms wielded by servants. But you know what it isn't? That creeping black death that instantly entangles people. Hit let go tool, not let it go tool. Yeah. Yeah, because S is it, right? Yeah. I see, I see. So is it... It's it let go tool. Is it actually the bad... Is it actually grammatically incorrect? Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's terrible grammar. But you could totally start a sentence with la. La. Oh, that's so bad. I just assumed it was a special case where that worked. I assumed it was a special case because it was in faith. That was a terrible assumption. That was a terrible assumption. I'm like, oh, maybe it's a case I don't know. Oh well. For Tosuga Rin, even one giant should be an avatar of inescapable death. But she struck down 6 already. She killed every one of them with a single blow. Have you ever considered not summoning new mobs and going with your old strategy that wrecked her? Running up the cliff now, she eliminates the 7th one with one stroke of her dagger. I'm gonna assume that's also terrible. We're just gonna keep going. 3, 2, 1, going. The gem sword blazes with light. The colorless blade emits 7 prismatic colors, extraordinary power surging from its core. Oh god, it's still going! I can just see BB once sitting in front of their computer, now curled up in a ball on the floor, rocking. Rocking back and forth. It's so painful. These attacks hit extra hard for some people. Super effective against Germans. It fades the cavern in bright golden light when I can read. Destroying the last of the shadows in her way, Tosuga Rin reaches the top of the cliff. At least it was real German. Well, to be fair to Tosuka, she's not German, she's supposed to be Japanese and spouting mnemonics, rather than anything specific. Mato Sakura stands before her. The black girl stares in surprise at her older sister's arrival. At the sound of her voice, numerous shadows rise up. Their number is incomparable to before. Is it Sakura's impatience, or do the things behind her sense the risk to their master? The magical energy emitted against the mere human called Tosuga Rin is over 100 million in numerical value. Well, that's a... I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it.
教会の人間がいたらそっとするわよ。それだけの貯蔵量があれば、向こう100年は一部門を永続できるってね。
It doesn't seem like an efficient delivery mechanism for damage. You just have a lot of mana. Do the black darkness on the floor thing that eats people, or the shadow that obliterates things before they can see anything. I'm really thinking that's a better plan than giant monsters. Oh. Instead of firing attacks that she actually has to avoid, you just make giant targets. I honestly feel like you're being really inefficient, Sakura.
どうしても何も純粋な力勝負をしてるだけよ。私は呪いの解除なんてできない。単に影を作り上げているあなたの魔力を私の魔力で打ち消しているだけ。そんなの見てわからない？それが嘘だって言ってるんです。姉さんにはそれだけの魔力はない。いいえ、さっきから何度も放っている光はまるで。
The greatest servant. The light of Saber's noble phantasm, Excalibur. Like the light of Excalibur.
考えられないけど、それはセーバーの宝具の力を真似ている。姉さんに残った微弱な魔力でも起動する影を殺すだけの限定物素。は？ちょっとそんなこともわからないの？あなた今まで何を習ってきたのよ、さくら。バカにしないで。だってそうでなくっちゃ説明が。説明も何もない。これはセイバーの宝剣のコピーでもないし、影殺しの魔剣でもない。これはね、さくら、遠坂に伝わる宝石剣でゼルレッジっていうの。ゼルレッジ？
Angry Mango. Every curse, stupidity, and evil plot holes. Those curses are included. Okay, so that's fair. That's fair. The more she embraces the Angry Mango, the dumber her ideas become, including the delivery mechanisms for her most damaging spells. She goes from instantly obliterating people to summoning giant avatars so they can be cut down.
あ、切れた。ゼルレッジの名前も知らないのね。なんか説明するのもバカらしくなってきたけど、まあ要するにあなたの天敵よ。今のあなたは魂を永久期間にして魔力を生み出す第三魔法の出来損ない。そして私は無限に連なる平行世界を旅するじいさんの模造品、第二魔法のコピーキャットってこと。
Why do I think Shiro is the best form for Angry Shiro's the best form for Angry Mango. I see, that's why. All that stupidity and poor plot holes in his plans. Alright. Bullheadedness. A flash from the blade. Light traces the dagger's swing, obliterating Matou Sakura's guardian shadows. So is second sorcery better than third sorcery then? Are they like orders of magnitude better? The higher level your sorcery, the better it is. Alright, rip that shadow. Not only that, light and heat, like those of a miniature Excalibur, send rumbles through the cavern. It's a pure contest of magical energy. What kind of magic? No, sorcery was used. Tosca Rin has a stock of magical energy equal to that of Matou Sakura.
近づくまでもないわね。こっちはこう見えても飛び道具だし、あんたは影に守られて出てこないし、どっちかの力が尽きるまで打ち合いをするのも悪くないわ。まあ、あんまり続けたら私たちより先にこの洞窟が崩れそうだけど。そんな打ち合いなんて、それも嘘です。姉さんにはもうこれっぽっちも魔力なんて残っていない。その剣が何であれ、もう次の攻撃なんてできないはず。そうならやってみましょう。いいからかかってきなさい、さくら。あなたが何をしてきても私には届かない。荒領事だけど、まあ授業料って思って諦めるのね。ちょっと強くなったからってわがまま放題したこと後悔させてあげるから。
And to think, we only needed Archer to summon this sword. Or Archer's arm, at least.
まだです。エス・ベフィールド、マインハーテン、シュリーストアレス。
I'm not skipping the German because I like knowing that someone's suffering every time they say something. The best thing is, everything she's doing has no relation to any of the attacks. Matou Sakura can't understand what's happening. Now she summons the shadows out of fear, but the Sword of Light mercilessly eliminates them. Matou Sakura is frightened and confused. Have you ever considered another spell? That's why she doesn't notice. The sweat on Tosca Rin's forehead. The high cost of using the gem sword which shreds the muscles in her arm with each swing.
ストックに関しちゃ負けないんだけど、私の体がどこまで持つか。
You don't even need the whole archer. Yeah. If let's think about this. If her shadows are as strong as a single Servant's Noble Phantasm, how is one of Emiya's middling projections, that is it clearly stated not to be his most powerful, absolutely shitting over like 30 of them? That's not as strong as a Noble Phantasm. You're doing like 30 times the damage with someone else using it. Like, Archer's not even here, and he's flexing on what Sakura thinks is good so hard. Because in theory, actual Emi Yashiro can learn this. Light purges the attacking shadows, but their powers are not equal. Tosuka Rin and Matou Sakura, the difference in their power is still the same. Matou Sakura's stock of magical energy reaches 1 trillion. As it cannot be used within a lifetime, it can be called an infinite supply. They didn't state they're equal to high Noble Phantasms. They should just say a Noble Phantasm. Sure. It could be like Dion's Noble Phantasm. It could be like Dion's Noble Phantasm. Practically useless in all respects. An E rank or lower NP. Imagine having an F rank NP. It's like, wait, F rank even exists? Have you tried doing something other than summoning giant monsters?
いくらデタラメな貯蔵があったってそれを使うのは術者でしょわかるどんなに水があったって外に出す量は蛇口の大きさに左右されるマトウサクラっていう魔術回路の瞬間放出量は1000弱ならどんなに貯蔵があっても一度に放出できる魔力は私とさして変わらないだから私が用意するのはあんたと同じ貯蔵量じゃなく毎回1000程度の魔力でいいそんなバカみたいに肥大した魔力なんて持っていても宝の持ち腐れよ
Would you use 1 trillion by spamming thousands? It'd be very difficult. You have to do it 1 billion times. But you could do it. Could you do something 1 billion times? Probably not. I guess you can't really do something 1 billion times. Your heart probably won't even beat that many times, right? The line of light is swung. If a thousand light is smashed against 1,000 shadow, the powers will certainly cancel each other. But Tosuka Rin's magical energy doesn't even reach 100. The contradiction. It doesn't need to be said that her sword creates the competition that shouldn't be possible. Attack the sword, attack the hand. A sword of light that releases 1,000 units of magical energy with each attack and replenishes even more. Solomon and Casca watching Throne of Thrones with clairvoyance. Caster Gilgamesh conjuring his own and being like, it's okay. Putting it back. It's not using Tosuka Rin's magical energy. He's merely collecting the mana saturating the cavern and releasing it through the gem sword. Odd is the energy within a magus. Well, mana is the energy within the air. There is not enough magical energy in the air to do that. It's self-evident which is stronger. The mana in the air isn't stronger because it's weak these days, isn't it? As Rin is inferior to Sakura, the only thing she can rely on is the mana in the air. True, the mana in this cavern reaches 1,000. It would only be once, but with the mana's help, she would be able to eliminate a giant. But there would be nothing left after that. Air holds a finite amount of power. Just as with humans, when the mana runs out, it takes a long time to be replenished. Tosuka Rin can only oppose Matou Sakura once in this world. But, that being the case, consider for a moment. What if another cavern existed here? That would mean she could oppose her enemy one more time. And what happens if something can make that if into reality? Parallel worlds. What will happen if one can open a hole into a parallel world and pull out the unused mana from the cavern there?
聖杯と同じ。まさか姉さん。そうよそから魔力を引っ張ってるのはあんただけじゃないけど、勘違いしないでよね。私のはそんな無駄に増えたものじゃない。私はあくまで並行して存在するここから魔力を拝借してるだけ。
That's why Prismalia and Extra are losing mana. It's all Rin's fault. No, that means it's all Zelrech's fault for making magic that uses parallel universes and drains from countless worlds. So if she's killed like 100 giants, that means 100 worlds. In another 100 worlds, Rin is either dead, or that Rin is pulling from another 100 worlds that aren't including her own. Meaning every Rin having this battle is pulling from N extra worlds that aren't her own. So a lot of worlds are losing mana. A lot of worlds are being drained dry. Thanks, Rin. And Zelrech.
合わせ鏡に映った無限の平行世界から毎回一戦ずつ魔力を集めて力任せに切り払ってるのよ。
Because we also know that there's not infinite worlds, right? We've played Grand Order and Extella, and both of them state that the worlds are not infinite. There's actually a finite number of parallel worlds, and that the number regularly goes up and down, relatively speaking. Well, it goes down, and then with decisions it goes up, right? So in this moment, the worlds probably a lot of them are losing energy here. Your old fart just came back. Oh, we're slicing shadows up left, right, and center. You'll eventually run out of worlds, but you know what? Hosaka might know there's only a finite number of parallel worlds. It doesn't really matter. For the purposes of this fight, there are infinite for her. Probably. And if Sakura doesn't know that, so it's a great intimidation tactic. Just like her other lines where she's like, I can always match you, and her arm's failing. Like, she may as well just say there's infinite worlds so that Sakura can think she's actually outmatched in terms of supply as well as a damage output. There's other dimensions like Proto and Missing Data. Both Proto and Missing Data are just different timelines. The girl drawing a massive supply from the Great Holy Grail gasps.
そんなデタラメ。分かったさくら。そっちが無尽蔵ならこっちは無制限ってこと。
Gem Sword Zelrech. It's a miracle that makes a path between infinite parallel worlds. Oh, you mean the ones outside the Super Quantum Lock Tree? Yeah, the pruned worlds? The pruned worlds? I thought Missing Data and Proto got pruned. I thought the ones outside the Quantum Lock got pruned. That's why Missing Data can't find her own world. Because it's gone. She left and got untethered when the world was erased. And that's the sword's only ability, making path between parallel worlds. And remember, the worlds are destroyed or consumed in some way, because that's how the universe doesn't run out of energy. Because there is a finite number of energy in the amount of energy in the universe. That's why they're pruned in the first place, right? They're not just pruned for no reason. They're pruned so that the exponential growth of energy doesn't cause time to stop progressing. As the universe runs out of energy, accelerating its own heat death. Damn tree branches. An equipment that creates a small opening too small for humans to pass and looks into another possible world. The dagger has no function to amplify magical energy, nor does it have the power to create energy when swung. But its sole ability is enough. She merely needs to pull unused magical energy from the next cavern after she uses up the energy in this one. She can move on to the next one after that. Then the next after the next after the next. Or next. There's no end to the parallel worlds. The possibility of opposite mirrors are infinite. Therefore limitless. Even if Rin's capacity is only 1,000, it doesn't matter. Hey, we finally got a good picture of the sword while it's shiny. Nice. An inexhaustible supply and an infinite supply. Because the powers of their magical circuits are equal, the two magi are equal. Keep missing data, yeet herself outside the tree. I feel like she kicked herself jumped into another branch while her branch was being cut off. That's what happened. I don't know if she's necessarily outside the tree. They're just very disparate branches. Where things are significantly different. Another rumbling echoes through space. Remember, nothing says the branches have to be very similar. They just have to all have high potential, which means several of them are similar in some base function. But we have extra in the real world. We have extra in Grand Order existing in the main branch, so... And one of them is futuristic with the moon being a giant supercomputer, and the other one doesn't have that. You don't think she kept Beyond the Void last time? I don't know. I don't know how far she traveled. That was just my impression. Rin's gem sword not only destroys the shadows, another rumbling echoes through space. Its excessive force slowly brings the cavern towards its collapse. When that happens, the altar and the Great Holy Grail will be destroyed as well. Mato Sakura will lose if she continues fighting. Even if she attacks until Tosca Rin tires, the room will cave in shortly after. The shadows stop. She must finally understand the origin of her enemy's power. Gasping for breath, Sakura glares at her older sister.
あなたが手に入れた力なんてその程度。舞い上がってた頭もこれで少しは冷えたでしょ。ふざけないで。そんなの不公平です、姉さん。姉さんばっかり。どうして？
The battle continues. Mato Sakura keeps screaming, even though she knows it's useless, and she's pushing herself into a corner. Along with the grudge she kept inside for a long, long time. Rin just killed many baby ducks with one swing. Why is Nesan always the one? Because there are always people who have all the luck in the world, Sakura. There are people who always get handed everything, and everything you have to struggle for. It's just part of life. It fucking sucks.
そうです。私は姉さんが羨ましかった。
How many baby ducks did she kill? 10? 100? 1,000?
遠坂の家に残っていつも輝いていて苦労なんて一つも知らずに育った遠坂凛が憎らしかった。だから勝ちたかった。一度ぐらい一度でいいから姉さんにすごいって褒めてほしかったのに。
You know what the best thing about Rin's...
なのにどうしてそんなことも許してくれないんですか?
Sorry, Sakura. You know what the best thing about Rin's power is? It has no real downside. How many are living on Worth? That's 100. Really? Thousands of dead ducks, thanks to Sakura. The older sister slashes away the oncoming shadow. Gritting her teeth, she catches a glimpse of her sister's mind.
どうしてですか? 私は違ったのに。同じ姉妹で同じ家に生まれたのに私には何もなかった。あんな暗い虫蔵に押し込まれて毎日毎日おもちゃみたいに扱われてた。人間らしい暮らしも優しい言葉もかけられたことはなかった。
Wrong? They weren't sisters? Sakura didn't suffer? She had insects crawling in her. Ah, correct. It wasn't just they're worms, but yeah. No big deal, just torture every day while Tosca gets the good life. The hatred. The hatred is not directed at her older sister, but
死にかけたことなんて毎日だった。死にたくなって鏡を見るのなんて毎日だった。でも死ぬのは怖くて、一人で消えるなんて嫌だった。だって私にはお姉さんがいるって聞かされてた。私は遠坂の子だからお姉さんが助けに来てくれるんだってずっと信じていたのに。なのに姉さんは来てくれなかった。
actually, rate the difficulty of this cosplay out of 10. This has got to be kind of easy, right? White wig, maybe pinkish, but maybe with like a pink tone, pink or purple tone to it somewhere. I can't tell if it's the lighting or not. I think it's supposed to be pure white hair. The lighting is just red everywhere. And then you got like black and red pinstripe. That can't be too hard to do, right? It's like a long conservative dress. It's even got like this turtleneck top. I mean, you probably have to do it. Yeah, it's pure white, right? Yeah. I think the lighting is making it look off. Like, the way I look at it, the fact that there's red highlights or lines on it, I think that's the light. And the way my eyes are blending the colors together. Because the black robe also looks burgundy to my eyes right now, but I'm pretty sure it's just because of the ridiculous ambient red light. And possibly because they tinted it. Hard to tell. The skin color looks right though, so it's hard to... I'm not positive if that's what they did.
私のことなんて知らずにいつも綺麗なまま笑ってた。惨めな私のことなんて気にせず遠坂の家で幸せに暮らしていた。
Yeah, it's the art style. Right. Right, I'm with you there.
どうしてですか？
I'm with you there, it's the art style.
同じ姉妹なのに同じ人間なのにどうして姉さんだけそんなに笑っていられるんです。
Her hatred isn't directed at her older sister. It's a blind plea to herself and the world.
人間をやめたですって当然です。私はもうずっと前から人間扱いされてこなかった。目も髪も姉さんとは変わっていって細胞の隅々までマキリの魔術師になるよう変えられた。11年です姉さん。マキリの教えは鍛錬なんてものじゃなかった。あの人たちは私の頭の良さなんて期待してなかった。体に直接刻んでただ魔術を使うだけの道具に仕立て上げた。苦痛を与えれば与えるほどいい道具になるって笑うんです。そのうち食事にも毒を盛られてご飯を食べることは怖くて痛いことでしかなくなった。虫小屋に放り込まれればただ息を吸うことさえおじい様の許しが必要だった。
Look, can't even eat. You get poisoned for fun. Sounds wonderful. It's crying. Marin slashes away the shadows without a word.
どうかしてますよね。でも痛くて痛くてやめてくださいって懇願すればするほど
Imagine Ray shifting back to
あの
fix
人た
that.
ちは私に手を加えていった。
I mean, you could do that, but I feel like the Da Vinci and friends don't really want you time traveling back to fix irritating shit.
だから姉さんみたいに頭
But it wouldn't derail the world, right? Oh no, it
何で
would.
もできるわけじゃない。
Solomon wouldn't be summoned if you did that.
こうやって自分の痛みをぶつけることだけです。
Her oppressed soul. Her irreplaceable body. And
けど
それって私のせいですか？私をこういう風にしたのはおじいさまで、マトウに売り渡したお父さんで、助けに来てくれなかった姉さんじゃない。私だって好きでこんな化け物になったんじゃない。みんなが私を追い詰めるからこうなるしかなかったのに。
Well, when you're done with fighting Tosca, you can go axe the Magic Association. And half of London while you're at it too, why not? But
だからどうしたっていうのそれ。
she doesn't feel for her at all. Not a single word of sympathy.
そういうこともあるでしょう。泣き言を言ったところで何が変わるわけでもないし、化け物になったのならそれはそれでいいんじゃない？
I feel like it's easier to say that when you're on the opposite side and not sacrificing your mind, body, and soul for the power that isn't even good enough to match someone who was literally born into all their power, wealth, and happiness. It seems like, I mean, I know Tosca's being cold, but I'm just pointing that out. Like, one of these people is on the verge of death and going to die any minute now, and they're trying to do something with their life. And the other one is just like, hey, I need a magic sword that makes me literally invincible and gives me like the power of 100 million noble phantasms. And it's like, oh cool, one of these? Yeah, thanks. Alright, 1 minute. I need an infinite magic sword. Cruel approval. The girl's cries did go a bit too far, but they were just asking for warmth. Corinne denied it. She says it's right to be a monster, saying it's because she was weak. Her always perfect sister tells her the hard truth. Holy pixelation, Batman. The shadows boil up. The girl who only seconds ago was about to abandon the fight under pressure from her sister gives form to her curse and her despair.
じゃあ私からも一つだけ言っておくわ。私、苦しいと思ったことは一度もなかった。
Any issue in the jeweled sword is a arrow, a handmade A? I guess so. If he detonates the sword, wouldn't it collapse? If he like uses the sword and over edges it, wouldn't it pull from every single reality simultaneously? If you have infinite realities, wouldn't you do infinite damage because you'd cause an infinitely large explosion? Seems useful. Or, well, not really because you kill yourself too, but if you need to really fuck someone up, dump every single particle of magic from the entire multiverse into a single attack. Not too hard, is it?
大抵のことはさらっと受け流せてたし、どんなことだってうまくこなせた。だからあんたみたいに追い込まれることもなかったし、追い込まれる人間の悩みなんて興味なかった。そういう性格なのよ、私。あんまり他人の痛みがわからないの。だから正直に言えば、さくらがどんな辛い思いをして、どんなにひどい日々を送ってきたかはわからない。
Concise words. Orte still says no. She's not lying. She just tells her younger sister the truth.
けどさくら、そんな無神経な人間でもね、私は自分が恵まれているなんて。
She stares back at Mato Sakura with all emotion contained in her words. With no or with all? With all, what the heck? She can't understand. I can't either. What did just say? I wasn't blessed either? Hatred dyes her brain red. She must be fooling around saying such convenient things now. Shut up. Yeah, she wasn't blessed. And from her perspective, I guess not, but Technically, she's very blessed, as she could very easily have been born to some poor family in Africa and or China. But China in the 90s with its one-child policy could have been born a girl in China. You're born. Congratulations. They kill you. Next. Well, that was a short existence. (2004). Yes, but she wasn't born in 2004. She was born 2 decades earlier. Right? She was born like 16. She was born like 16 years earlier. Well, 18 at least, right? Because it's the thing, but so she was born like 80s, 90s, late 80s, right? She was like 88, yeah. Yeah, 88. When did one China... Wait. China policy start. Let's find out. When did the one-child policy start? It was introduced in force starting in 1979. And you were allowed a second child if the first was a daughter in the 1980s. So, technically... Cool. Fun times. Yeah, the policy lasted until 2015, right? 2013, they started relaxing it. 2015, it's gone. So, realistically, any time during that period it works. Still, that's well into the enforcement period of that. Anyway. She's about to break down. She's about to lose her fucking mind. I'd lose my fucking mind. Holy shit. I mean, Sakura's not that old. She hasn't gone through that much bullshit. Also, she's gone through a lot of bullshit, but she hasn't heard people ranting of how they're not privileged compared to her. Directly comparing themselves to her, at least. Her sister has never looked at her. She showed off her great talent and happiness. Shut up. She never liked or hated me, who wanted everything from her but received nothing, and says she's still pure and clean. Shut up, Nason, I won't forgive you. Don't need you anymore. The girl screams as if denying her inner darkness. Parry, 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 parry. And that's the last resistance Tosuka Rin can manage. She makes the decisions she's been postponing. She wanted to wait for Emiyashiro as long as she could, but she can't postpone it anymore. No. First of all, it was a mistake to entrust Shiro with their problem. It's Tosuka Rin's weakness against Mato Sakura.
Sakura?
Rin calls out to her calmly, as if saying hello. At that instant, Tosuka Rin finishes the battle.
Sakura?
She calls out and throws it. Her strongest weapon. She throws the sorcerer's inheritance. World end. The whole cavern is filled with light. Explosion! I know a certain explosive wizard would be proud. In the act of its own destruction, the miraculous gem sword erases all shadows. She runs. She runs straight at Mato Sakura. Was that the first German that wasn't complete nonsense? Sakura can't move, wincing from the light. No matter how much power she has, she's still inexperienced in battle. It's easy to beat her once she sets her mind to it. Tosuka Rin quickly closes in. As she runs, she grasps another dagger hidden behind her back. Sakura can't react. It seems she's realized she's going to be killed, but it's too late. She's got her. She thrusts the dagger to finish her off.
ダメだこれ。
Why that guy? And realizes her own defeat. I'm dead. She understands the dagger will pierce her heart before she can dodge it. Her body tries to counterattack, but it won't make it in time.
押されるんだ。
There's no fear. She's used to being hurt by others, and she thinks it's natural Rin's the one doing it. But she doesn't like getting hurt, and dying scares her, so she closes her eyes. She sighs with relief. After all, once she dies, the pain will end. But there's no pain, and the end doesn't come. Warmth fills her instead. The instant she realizes what it is, Mato Sakura regains her sight. There's blood. Warm human blood flowing from the stomach. The blood's flowing out of her older sister, whose arms are firmly wrapped around her.
さん。
The girl asks why. Rin was definitely faster. She could have killed her, but she stopped her dagger at the last second.
ああ。シローのことは言えないな、私も。
A faint voice. It's the voice she's always dreamed of. The voice of Tosuka Rin that's relentless but warm and kind. Rin thinks to herself, it's nothing special. She just realized it when it counted the most. Right when she saw Sakura up close, she realized she couldn't kill her.
バカだ、私。
She's dumbfounded. Her foolishness must be absolute if she doesn't realize it until the very last moment. She should have realized it earlier. But Rin's convinced it can't be helped.
でもしょうがないわよね。私、だらしのないやつを見てるとほっとけないしさ。きちんとした仕組みが大好きだから、頑張ってるやつには頑張った分だけ報酬がないと我慢ならないし。
I like her. And first of all,
さくらのことが好きだし、いつも見ていたし、いつも笑っていてほしかったし。私が辛ければ辛いほど、あんたは楽できてるんだって信じたかった。
she's fine.
それだけで苦しいなんて思う暇すらなかったんだから。
Embraces Sakura with love. A once-in-a-lifetime embrace between sisters. She softly embraces her sister or pierced her stomach and holds her there like a treasure. Her warmth fades. There's no complaint. Tosuka Rin regrets not her death, but her inability to save her
ご
sister.
めんね、こういう勝手な姉貴で。それとありがとう。そのリボンずっとつけていてくれて嬉しかった。
She crumples to the altar like a falling red flower. The weight disappears. It only lasted for an instant. Her older sister disappears, along with the warmth.
けどね、さくら、そんな無神経な人間でもね、私は自分が恵まれているなんて一度も。
What kind of loneliness is contained in Sakura's words? Her agony for her alone. Nobody else can understand or relieve her. There's no such hypocrisy. And at the same time, what if the girl she admired felt a loneliness nobody could understand? What would happen then? She was her ideal. She was someone brimming with confidence who had everything she wanted. What if her older sister were always bound by something just like her?
私
Then, the one that's weak, the one that's at fault, isn't her world. How'd you gonna be like, welcome to Depression City. But her, the coward who couldn't look up. And there were people who clumsily loved her.
なのに私が壊し
Yeah, your brother casually loved her. Loved you, right? Sort of. I guess? If that's way you want to think it. Where did she go wrong? She had everything. Everything she wanted was actually right there in front of her. They loved her and embraced her so kindly, but she destroyed it all herself. Her hands are still frozen in place, trying to hug someone who's no longer there. The girl, wet with her beloved sister's blood, starts to strongly curse herself. Interlude out. Holy crap, we are still in the interlude. Wow, we got a long ways to go, man. I hear sounds. A rumbling shakes the cave. The light and sound are still far off, but the cavern's creaking and trembling. Is it distant thunder? Suddenly I realize I can't recall when I've ever heard distant thunder. The dagger in my hand crumbles away as Saber disappears. It must be because I eliminated a servant, a strong familiar. The Azoth sword Tosca created with all her magical energy crumbles away without a trace. Well, so much for that fucking weapon. I tighten the restraint on my left arm. I've used up most of the magical energy. What's left in Archer's arm and myself? I should be able to do more if I combine them, but I can only manage one more projection. I won't be able to suppress Archer's arm after that. That's right. What happened to Ryder? What happened to her? I get up. My body is stiff and rigid. It feels like my joints have turned into steel. I could probably repel bullets now. I can't talk well. I walk. Blood comes out. Something's coming out of my bent legs. I pretend not to notice. It feels like a metal pipe's protruding from my leg, but I can manage to walk if I grit my teeth. Something's making a sound in the distance. It sounds like something I heard a lot as a kid. It's probably still ingrained in my childhood memories. Kirei versus you. Shh, shh. Spoilers. One gets curious about a lot of things as a kid. I walk to the wall Ryder smashed into. She's still there. She's covered in wounds, with her magical energy almost completely depleted. She shouldn't be able to move for a while. I should have her rest. I murmur to Ryder and start walking.
思ったより人使いが荒いのですね。あなたは。
You're gonna sleep now? You're gonna sleep now? Practically morning. Alright, thanks for hanging out, BB. I'm actually surprised how long those 2 intermissions were. Have a great evening. I'll see you next time. Ah, she's conscious. Unable to stand, she watches me in a daze.
今は頼りきりになる。少しでも回復したら駆けつけてくれ。
ええ。すぐに行きますから。後のことは心配なく。
Ryder doesn't push herself. She knows she should start moving after she heals instead of pushing herself now. I can depend on her because she actually thinks ahead, unlike me. The rumblings are coming at shorter intervals now. There's no time to waste. I drag my wounded body and follow after Tosuga. I'm breathing hard. I lean against the wall as I walk. I'm not making bad progress. My body's stiff, but it's nothing once I get used to it. Something comes out of my mouth. I wipe it away and pretend nothing happened. My thigh muscle goes numb and I almost fall. It's just a little numbness. My pants leg is ripped off from inside and I can see my body. Desperately, I look away and walk on. I'm almost there. Warm wind hits my body. Oh, let's go. Okay. I slap my cheeks and start running. I burst out of the darkness. The familiar deserted land fills my vision. No, this isn't something I've seen. That thing doesn't exist in Ilya's memory. A surprisingly high-res pillar. So that's the main cause of this ridiculous war. The guy who took Sakura from me. Pressure and unpleasantness hit my whole body. The breathing of life tells me it's about to hatch. A flash of light and a rumble. The light came from the top of the cliff, wreaking havoc on the cavern. I don't know what's going on, but such flashy things can only come from Tosuga. And that means... The distorted embryo looks at me, even though it has no eyes. There's no mistake about it. He wants to come out right this second. Maybe because he doesn't like how Tosuga is raging around. But his body is not ready yet. His placenta is inside the black pillar. He can't come out until his body is completely formed. He's impatient because Tosuga is about to destroy the womb itself, and that's why he wants his body completed, even if it may be hurriedly built. He wants to be summoned into this world as a servant with a body. I run. A desperate clash of light and shadow. Once I'm close enough to tell, it's the battle between Tosuga and Sakura. The time in this cavern stops. I can only think of one possible cause of the great light. With a childish cry, the world starts to quake. This isn't the destruction of the cavern walls by the light. This is destruction on a more fundamental level. The cavern is shaking because the giant's shadow is trying to come out. A chill runs up my spine. I get a bad feeling. Hearing Sakura's cry, I imagine the worst possible outcome. I run. Panting frantically, I scramble up the cliff on all fours. The tremor doesn't stop. I hear a large boulder crash to the ground somewhere in the cavern. I don't care what's happening behind me. I run in desperation, covering myself in dirt. And my eyes are seared with the fact I was too late. The ground's shaking. I can't see Tosuga's face since she's lying face down. It looks like a large flower fallen from its stem. I raise my face, backing away from Tosuga's blood-soaked body as if fleeing is Sakura, cursing her own existence.
Sakura.
私殺しちゃった。あんなに大切にしてくれてたのに。私姉さんを殺しちゃった。
Oh, interesting. Her her dress revisualized itself as bindings Wrapping around her, a load of curses surrounds her. Sakura's voice isn't directed at me. She's rejecting everything. Her own body, covered in Tosuka's blood. Her darkened self, the pillar connected to her. She's cursing everything with all her might.
私バカでした。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。こんなの辛いだけだった。ダメだって。負けるなって姉さんはずっと言ってくれてたのに。私バカだからわからなくて。先輩が信じてくれたのに裏切って
Well,
ばっかりで。
oh shit. It's getting late, but we're not fucking stopping. No stopping now. We've come too far. Slow down now. The shadows binding Sakura. The black command spells binding Sakura's body.
やだ。もうやめなくちゃ。でも戻れなくてダメ。やだ。もうこんなのは嫌だ。
She's refusing it. Sakura is refusing the shadow. She's hating herself, refusing the temptations from the shadow, and trying to kill herself. But she can't. Sakura is necessary as a host for the shadow. It won't allow her to take her own life. Sakura is being torn apart by both the shadow and her own guilty conscience. So Tosuka won. Sakura regained her sanity. Tosuka chose her sister's life in the very end. Sakura is Sakura. Her heart doesn't change no matter how much the shadow swallows her. I'm the one who made her like that. This would never have happened if I hadn't gotten scared back then and scolded her. I run to Tosuka. She's still breathing. It's too early to give up.
Sakura, Tosaka は死んでいない。
He said she's not dead. I believe. He didn't actually say she's alive. At least I don't think he did.
そうだ。死んでいない。
Yep, definitely.
まだ助かる。いや、どうあっても助けるんだ。
Shintei-nai is a
お前で助
refutation,
けなくちゃ
right?
いけないんだ。そうだろう、さくら。
That's a negative that's a negative statement. It has to be not dead. We have to save her. Come on, Sai. Light returns to her eyes. The restraint of the shadow loosens a bit. Her eyes focusing on us, Sakura finally sighs with relief.
ダメ。逃げて先輩。
And frantically tries to control herself. She sighs with relief and frantically tries to control herself. Alright. Covering Tosuka's body with my own, I receive the shadow's blow on my back.
違う先輩。
The shadows come up behind Sakura. Damn it. He's not alive yet, but his sense of danger is first class.
往生際が悪いガキの仕業だ。さくらを取られたくないって、ダダをこね始めやがった。待ってろ。すぐにぶん殴って、さくらから引き剥がしてやる。
I start walking towards Sakura. The shadow grazes my cheek. It should have cut through my neck, but Sakura's scream made it miss. Clutching at herself, Sakura fights against it. Instead of disappearing, the shadows keep increasing in number. She's crying. Sakura is crying. It's not because of the pain of the shadow swallowing her. She's crying from frustration because she can't suppress herself.
先輩。ダメです。私抑えきれない。姉さんが教えてくれたのに負けちゃうんです。強くなってなかった。私は弱虫で臆病でひどい
人間だった。
Another step. The shadow's lance grazes my cheek.
やめて。なんで来るんですか先輩。それ以上来たら先輩を殺しちゃう。
Another step. I put my right hand on my left shoulder.
どうして。逃げて。逃げてください先輩。姉さんを連れて逃げて。私のことなんて忘れていいです。ちゃんとここで死にますから。一人でもちゃんと死にますから。
Shadow's pressure gets stronger with each step. My advance is hurting Sakura's body and mind.
どうして言うこと聞いてくれないんですか。
Our man, like the fucking Terminator, just walking straight forward. He doesn't give a shit.
先輩がそれ以上近寄るなら私だって我慢しません。先輩に殺される前に私が先輩を殺しちゃうんだから。
どうしても何もない。さくらをここから連れ出して遠坂を助ける。さっきそう言っただろう、さくら。
まだそんなことを言ってるんですか先輩は。
After all that struggle, you're damn right we are.
やめてください。私は助かりません。いいえ、助かっちゃいけないんです。
Another step. The shadow hits my stomach. It didn't pierce me, it's just strike. Sakura is intentionally trying to push me away.
ほら、見たでしょ先輩。私はこういう人間なんです。今さら外には戻れないし、この子も私を離してくれない。それにもし戻れたところで
Maybe do go back.
いっぱい人を殺しました。何人も何人も殺して、兄さんも殺して、おじい様も殺して、姉さんも殺してしまった。
Well, one of those three isn't dead, so you're only partially correct.
そんな人間にどうしろって言うんです。奪ってしまったものは返せない。私は多くの人を殺しました。それでも生きていけって言うんですか先輩は。
I see. She can't back out now. She's trapped by crimes she can't atone for. There's no salvation. Even if it wasn't Sakura's will, those actions will haunt her forever. Even if she is released from the shadow, the darkness will remain within her. But what?
当然だろう。奪ったからには責任を果たせ、さくら。
I released the restraint on my left arm. The last time, I removed the red cloth that barely kept me alive. I feel faint. I have to go forward before I disappear. There are things I have to tell her.
そうだ。罪の所在も罰の重さも俺にはわからない。
The shadows lance toward my chest, shoulder, left leg, and stomach. Blank. The shadows don't pierce me, but slide off with a spark.
これから桜に問われる全てのことから桜を守るよ。たとえそれが偽善でも好きな相手を守り通すことをずっと理想に生きてきたんだから。
I move forward. Sakura is right in front of me now.
先輩、体が
Trace. On. I only think about one thing. I use every last ounce of my remaining magical energy for its projection. the last projection. I raise the dagger that breaks all contracts. I can't see her face clearly.
お仕置きだ。きついの行くから歯を食いしばれ。
I hear her gasp. And then, with a yes, Sakura holds out her chest. Hoping this will be her punishment.
帰ろう、さくら。そんな奴とは縁を切れ。
We're fine, right? We're fine. And I thrust it into her heart with a single breath. Oh, I thought we were done with those things. Sort of done. Alright. She's released. The black command spell cloaking her body disappears. A contract breaker. A noble phantasm that nullifies all magic and negates the contract with the servant. Without taking Sakura's life, it destroys the contract that bound her. My vision isn't continuous. Sakura's alive. I don't know if it's reaction from being released, but she's lying on the ground like she's sleeping. Toska will make it too. She's not bleeding anymore. She has a legitimate magic crest. The crest is the crystallization of the Toska family magic. It won't let their successor die, even if she's unconscious. The cavern is shaking. Ungramine. A ridiculous curse called all the evils of the world is writhing. Damn. Even after losing its host, the Black Shadow hasn't disappeared. It's grown too large. It can come out without Sakura's help. It will emerge so long as the Great Holy Grail exists. I'll destroy it. I'll destroy the giant magic circle and the shadow along with it. Ongramainu's fetal activity is slowly destroying the cavern. But I don't think it'll die even if the cavern collapses. I have to destroy that thing here and now. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. I'll go as near as I can and attack it with great force. Ongramine can't move as long as it's in the black fire. I'll cleave it in two before he can emerge. If there's anything capable of such a feat, it's the greatest noble phantasm I know of. My breathing stopped for a moment. There's about 100 meters to Ongramine. It's fine, I can walk this distance. It's just one more time. One last projection, and it's all over. It's fine. I'll be able to do it. I'll finish this off. Take the two of them above ground and...
Shiro, 聞こえていますか?
Someone taps my shoulder. Who is this? She can't possibly be a stranger. I know her. She looks dangerous, but I remember she's trustworthy.
助かった。遠坂と桜を連れて外に出られるか?
Shiro?
The long-haired woman stares at me for a few seconds.
それで、あなたは?
あれを閉じてから行く。すぐ終わるだろうけど、遠坂の傷は一刻を争う。桜だって、ここにいたらあいつの影響を受けるだろう。アンリマユとやらは、懲りずに桜をマスターにするかもしれない。
Well, he's still conscious enough to maintain a plan for evacuation and instruct Medusa. He's not completely gone yet. He can still think properly.
承知しました。桜と凛は私が運びます。安心してください。それだけの体力は回復してきたつもりです。
頼む。なんとか二人を連れて外に出てくれ。洞窟崩れ出してるだろ。くそ。あんたの足ならあんな落盤なんて問題じゃない。
He did forget her name, though.
では、
He did forget her
二
name.
人を安全な場所に運び次第、迎えに来ます。
Alright.
ああ、それは頼もしいんだけど、二人の手当てを優先してくれ。任せられるのはあんたしかいない。こっちはこっちでとっとと逃げるから遠坂を直してやってくれ。そいつがいないとさくらは幸せになれない。
I don't think this woman has any ability to heal people, but I still have to entrust her with Tosaka's life.
必ず。ですがシロ、それはあなたも同じです。さくらにはあなたとリンが必要です。それを肝に銘じておきなさい。急ぎます。
What?
ご分を。
Oh, thanks for the luck. The woman in black picks them up with ease and runs down the cliff. Weaving between the falling rocks, she hurries to the exit. I don't have to worry about them now. They'll be saved if I let her take care of them. Oh. Now I just need to take care of one more thing. My consciousness is breaking apart. A mere 100 meters becomes an impossibly vast distance. It's only a matter of time before the cavern collapses. The ceiling's crumbling in places and the ground is strewn with rubble. My joints are stiff. It hurts to bend my limbs. If I let my guard down, I stop breathing. Finally, with the determination it would take to stick a knife in my throat, I manage to draw a few breaths. I keep doing it in spite of the pain, because people can't live without oxygen. I might be able to move without oxygen, and even if I'm to breathe, I would stop moving soon. Hot. Hundreds of blades are growing out of my body. An inescapable death by skewering. I'm the bone of my sword. But I already knew that. Someone said the time bomb was activated when I first used projection, so this end was already determined. My legs are heavy. I don't know what I'm doing. My heart's about to explode from pain, fatigue, and emptiness. But just a bit more. Everything will end once I beat him. There's no one in my way. There's no one getting in my way anymore. But the shadow wavers. In front of the crater, the great holy grail. Bathed in the ruddy glow, someone is standing. We forgot Ryder, but we remembered. A voice filled with strong will. As if it's fate, the man blocks my way through this desolate realm. Final fucking boss battle. I don't ask him how he's alive. He's dying. I don't feel magical energy from his body. There's a black stain where his heart should be. Like me, a brief fire that's like a turned hourglass. I don't hear his heartbeat. He doesn't have much longer to live. This is not speculation, but a prediction. Kotomine Kure will die in a few minutes, even if he doesn't do anything.
何をするなどと分かりきったことを聞くな。私の目的はただ一つ。この呪いを誕生させることのみだ。
何を。お前にそんなことはできない。そいつはお前のものになってならない。
当然だ。私はこれに干渉することはできんし、これに干渉する気もない。だが言ったはずだぞ。私は誕生するものを祝福すると。これは今まさに生まれようとしている。ならば、その誕生を阻む外敵から守ってやるのは当然ではないかな。
So he's pro-life. He's pro-life. He's taken pro-life to the extreme. It has to be born. What happens afterwards? Irrelevant.
正気か、琴峰。そんな今にも死にそうな体で何を言ってやがる。仮にお前の望み通りそれを外に出したところで、お前は。
それはお前も同じだろう。正気などとうにない。目的は果たしたところで我々の末路は同じだ。お前はこれを滅ぼし、私はこれを守る。だがどちらが目的を果たそうと結果を得る者はいない。それを承知でお前はここまで来た。
Nothing to be gained, only a dark ending.
無意味な争いだ。そんなものをする時点で私もお前も正気ではないだろう。
Kotomine will not back down. He won't retreat, and I can't use projection as long as he's there. I need time to project. He'll smash my head if I show such an opening.
なんでだよ。なんでそこまでそいつを守る。そいつが出てきたところであんたに帰るものなんてないんだろう。なのにどうして。
Even on the verge of death, why does he approve of mankind's enemy, all evils of this world?
なぜも何もない。私にとってはこれが唯一の娯楽だから。エミやシロ、お前が他人の幸福に至福を感じるように、私は他人の不幸に至福を感じるだけだ。そもそもなぜ殺す。生まれる前から悪と決めつけるのは傲慢ではないか。帰りたがっている命ならば孵化させてやるのが愛ではないのか。
何が愛だ。へりくつ言うな。あれはもう多くの人間を殺してきた。このまま外に出すことはできない。
Can we kill him? Should we let him live? They both seem dead set on their decisions.
ほう。では聞こう。お前の言う善悪とは何だ。人を殺すことが絶対の悪だとお前はそう言うのか。
Ah, we're both minutes from dying, but Kotomine is trying to buy time. I was gonna say, my original thought was, is this really a good time to be discussing moral relativism? And then I realized Kotomine doesn't actually need to do anything. He just needs to stall. As hard as humanly possible, he just needs to stall. So this discussion works, assuming that Shiro stops and isn't just walking towards him still. This is tons of time he's buying. If not, well. Kotomine likes to rant, what can I say? He's done that enough times. Especially in this arc, like in Heaven's Feel. Oh my god, he just keeps talking. Not that I hate it, he just likes going on rants. Keep going. That's good and evil mean nothing to me now. The Justice Emi Shiro believed in disappeared the instant I decided to save Sakura.
それでいい。元より答えなどない。人間とはそういうものだ。明確な答えなどなく、変動する真実を良しとする。我々には初めから真実となる事柄なぞない。人間は善悪を同時に兼ね備え、その属性を分けるのはあくまで自身の選択による。始まりはゼロであり、生まれ出ることに罪はないとお前には教えたはずだが。
ああ、たとえそれが悪であろうと赤ん坊に罪はないと。
Does it really count as a baby though? It's already fully, it's almost fully conscious the whole time it's unborn, supposedly. It really is just lacking physical form and they don't have words to explain that.
そうだ。人間は生まれ、学習によって善か悪か、そのどちらかに偏るもの。
Like, it already directs people directly to murder for its benefit, shit like that. Humans become good or evil through learning?
とある聖典にはこうある。
No natural good or evil?
優れた存在だと。何故か。それは悪を知りながらも、 悪に走らぬ者がいるからだと。
Okay. Humans are superior to angels. Why? Because people know of evil but don't become it, and I assume it's because angels are inherently good and thus can never know evil.
生まれながら善しか知らぬ天使とは違う。
Yeah.
人間とは悪を持ちながら善と生きられる存在ゆえに、善しか知らぬ天使より優れたものだと。
You are not 100% bound by your nature, so you're superior in that regard, I suppose. Not entirely wrong.
しかに
You can also choose.
吐き気を催すような悪人が戯れに見せる善意がある。
Okay, okay.
多くの人間を救った聖人が気まぐれに犯す悪意がある。この矛盾、両立する善意と悪意こそが人を人たらしめる聖杯だ。生きるということが罪であり、生きているからこその罰がある。聖あってこその善であり、聖あってこその悪だ。
A nice and long yin-yang rant. Rare moments of goodwill shown by the evil men. Bad intentions unwin by saints. It seems like his contradiction is very Taoist in nature. Almost said Taoist, and I was like, wait, it's not actually a hard D.
ゆえに、
I believe it's
生まれ
pronounced
いでぬ者
Taoist.
に罪過は問えぬ。
You cannot inquire the crime of one who has not been born. Only if you judge by human standards, he's more conscious than some people I've met, I swear.
何者にも望まれぬもの。生まれながらに悪であるものなどない。
I feel like Kotomine is applying human morality to a non-human creature and assuming that it is the same. I think that's the flaw he's suggesting. He's like making assumptions, you know, he's oversimplifying his allegory, and that's where his logical flaw comes in. He's oversimplified the world to this and isn't using an appropriate frame of reference. Assuming that he's not just evil and wants to watch people suffer, which he's freely admitted to wanting to see people suffer, so he's, as a human and as someone who's inherently contradictory, as he's noted, the contradiction that makes people human, it's more than likely he's just justifying this to himself, so that, and his logic doesn't seem to make a ton of sense any other way. He's just lying to justify this to himself, and because he just wants to have people suffer. He's not lying about wanting to watch people suffer, but I feel like his rant, his suggestion about this doesn't apply here in this specific scenario. Either that, or like I said, he is hardcore pro-lifer to the point of it should be born if it exists. Or has the capability of existing, you know, taking that to like an 11.
あれは誕生するその瞬間まで罰を受ける言われはない。
That's Kotomine's answer. The man pardons all evils of this world for this reason
だか
alone.
らって許すのか。こいつは初めから殺すためだけのものだ。外に出ることで多くの人間が死ぬと分かっているのなら。
そうだ。これは存在自体が悪だ。何しろそのように作られた。初めから悪であるようにと生まれたのだ。人間とは違う。これは悪しか持たぬ。人々が作り上げた純粋な単一心だ。だが、その行為が悪だとしても、あれ本人がそれをどう思うかはまだわかるまい。
What is the value in knowing what this guy thinks? What is the value? That's the question you have to ask. Why is there value in this individual above several others? Because you already have similar perspectives from the others, perhaps? What would the rationale behind that be, Kotomine? What Angramanyu thinks about his own action?
そうだ。この世すべての悪本人が自らの行動を悪しと嘆くか、良しと笑うか。それは我々の測るところではない。
If you agonize over your own decisions or you laugh about them, how does that matter? That doesn't impact the actions themselves. Whether a serial killer feels bad about serially killing people or laughs when he's murdering them, it doesn't, or thinks about murdering people, it doesn't really matter.
もしあれに人に近い意志があり、自らの存在を嘆くのであれば、それは悪だろう。
It's evil and then you destroy it.
だが、自らの存在に何の疑問も持たなければあれは善だ。何しろ、そのように望まれたもの、自らの機能に疑いを持たぬのであれば、
Okay,
それが悪であ
okay.
るはずがない。
So if it's incapable of contemplating its actions, then it can't be evil. Alright. And therefore, I think you would be like trying to figure out... I don't think that... There's nothing that says you wouldn't destroy something because it's going to kill you anyway, but I don't think Kira cares about that. I think he cares about... He's assuming that it's intelligent because it can act already and acts intelligently, and therefore wants to know if human morality exists? Would that be the right way to phrase it? Like, he wants to know if something that's not human has the same good-evil alignments or perceives things as good or evil. And thus, if something that's made of all of mankind's evils is inherently evil or not, meaning is evil evil? As you define it, if a non-human entity would determine it the right way? Maybe that's what he's trying to figure out? I think that's what he's trying to do.
生まれながらにして持ち得んもの、初めからこの世に望まれなかったもの、それが誕生する意味、価値のないものが存在する価値を、あれは見せてくれるだろう。何もかもなくし何もかも壊した後、ただ一人残ったものが、私はそれが知りたい。外界との隔たりを持ったものが、ありのままに生き続けることに罪過があるのかどうか、その是非を問う。
That was a bad explanation. But I see, like, it's like Kira.
そのためにお前の父を殺し、そのために的尾さくらを生かした。私では答えは出せない。故に、答えを出せる者の誕生を願った。それが私の目的だ。エミやシロ、自身に帰る望みを持たぬお前と、対極に位置する同質の願望だ。
I can't comprehend him. His wish is too alien for me. Well, there's only one thing I understand. And that's the only reason he...
桜をそんなことのために桜を利用したのか。
I shake off the vagueness, glaring at the priest with all the hostility I can muster, and...
そうだな。そんなことのために、私は多くの者を殺してきた。故に今さら降りることなどできん。言っただろう。私はそのように生きてきた。その疑問を解くためだけにここにあった。それは死を前にして変わるものでもない。
He makes this declaration holding my gaze. On an unrelated note, Shiro's pant leg is not ripped and it was noted as being ripped like 3 scenes ago. At least, not from what I saw from the wide shots. He states it, as a matter of course, saying he has no regret or doubts.
そうか。
It makes me realize we're irreconcilable. I opposed him ever since I first saw him. I finally realized why. I don't want to admit it, but it seems I like Kotomi Nikire. I was frantic to see him as an enemy because I didn't want to accept the fact. He said we're similar. I understand now. We both believed ourselves to be sinners, and we both lived in a certain way to free ourselves of those chains. We both knew we could never be freed, but believed it was the right atonement and sought salvation that would never be given to us.
引かないよな、そりゃ。
Pant legs intact. Pant legs intact. Arm intact. Well, we can't see his other arm or his torso. But his lower body looks surprisingly intact. There's no way he'll withdraw if he's the same as me. It's not that he's trying to grant his wish because he's about to die. That's right. It's not that he's protecting his oath in his last moments. That's how he lived until now. He never walked a different path, so even if he's to die in the next minute, he doesn't know any other way to live.
それにな、告白すれば干渉でもある。以前からよもやとは思っていたが、ことここに至ってようやく気がついた。
He steps forward. There's not much time left for either of us, so we have to settle the match quickly. We have to extinguish the other's fire before our own blows out.
私はお前たちを羨んでいる。求めても得られなかったもの、手に入れたというのに手に入らなかったもの、どのような戒律をもってしても指の隙間からこぼれ落ちた無数の檻。
The battlefield repositions itself. Or is that supposed to be a camera shift? Either way, cool effect. What other people call happiness.
そのうっせきをここで帳消しにするのみだ。私には幸福と感じられなかった。
What other people called happiness did not bring me any joy. Yeah, he's empty because he couldn't obtain it no matter what he tried. He saw it, but he couldn't obtain happiness. And the only way of life he found was carrying death. So how can he abandon his way of life now?
そうか。無駄な時間を使わせたな、琴峰。
I resume breathing. Pulling oxygen into my lungs, I get my body ready for battle.
構わん。時間がないのはお互い様だ。
Strength enters Kotomine's body. There's no way this is going to turn into a battle of magic. We're both almost dead. All we can do is drive our fists into our opponent. There's no technique or strategy involved. It's a mere brawl to the death. He needs to kill me to make his wish come true. I need to kill him to destroy his wish. We both put our lives on the line. I need to beat him and eliminate the shadow before my life burns out. He kicks off the ground and runs straight at me. I don't have such power left in my legs. I lower my stance, eyes fixed on his oncoming chest, and I swing my fist full force at a speed he can't avoid. But my fist swings through empty space and I'm the one who gets hit. I don't see Kotomine. That speed. The enemy that charged me disappears from my view in an instant. Crouches down by my left side and slams his palm into my stomach. And kicks up at my body with his lightning-fast legs. His kicks are like fire. It's been a while since I felt pain strong enough to make me lose consciousness. How many meters was I kicked up? The impact was strong enough to rip my head off. No. If I'm going to talk about impact, then the second blow to my stomach was strong enough to pulverize my organs. I know this. Taking the shortest route without any initial movement. A circle and a line. It tries to damage the inside instead of outside. And he's really good at it. A priest using Chinese martial arts. It's not something he copied on the spot.
そうでもない。私のこれは真似事だ。死の灯籠を真似ただけのうちに何も宿らぬものだが、死に損ないの相手には十分のようだ。
He strikes again. Forcing my fused joints to bend, I get up. But Kotomine stops and looks at his fist. His hands covered in red.
厄介な体だな。撃つ方が命がけとは。
It is. A troublesome body. A price he had to pay to attack a body made of swords. I gather my consciousness and face my enemy. It doesn't matter. He won't stop attacking even if faced with the thorns of death.
だがいいハンデだ。つまるところ、私とお前の戦いは。
Kotomine lowers his stance. His trained body is getting ready for the explosion.
外敵との戦いではなく、自身をかける戦いということだ。
The enemy closes in. Kotomine is far stronger than me. His fists won't break. At this rate, the hourglass itself will be destroyed before all the sand spills to the bottom. I don't look away from my enemy, closing in like a spark. There's only one thing I have to do. I have to be faster than last time. I have to punch him faster, even if he avoids it. All I can hear is the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. I take no notice of the rumbling or the raining bits of earth. The one I must defeat is right in front of me. I don't care about some centuries-old wish or the end of this small world. For Miyashiro, defeating this enemy is the last remaining purpose. Everything's falling apart. The collapse is definitive. The search that took the Ironsburn 1,000 years. The earnest desire that took the mockery 500 years. The continuous world that was never completed is about to end. Amidst the chaos, it's still conscious. I don't want to die. The body is a mere collection of dark red flesh bearing no resemblance to a human being. A swarm of worms fills the cavern. It can't maintain its body, even when using all the worms. The writhing figure is just a moving pile of meat, but it's alive. The mass curses its rotting, melting body. I don't want to die. Its obsession is the only thing keeping it in this world. It crawls. Mockery Zoken, the old Magus, his soul's vessel destroyed, remains in this world only through sheer force of will. But it's only a matter of time before he dies. He's stuffed his rotting soul into a hurriedly constructed worm, but he can't heal his wounds after being killed twice. I don't want to die. The old Magus has turned into a pile of flesh and will die after going through immense pain. He'll rot until the very end and die in regret, with his earnest desire in front of him. What he yearned for, what he was about to obtain. Is his dying cry from pain or anguish? I don't want to die. He doesn't want to die. How could he just disappear? 500 years. The result he achieved after 500 years. The reward he deserves is right in front of him. So why does he have to disappear? He only recalls pain. Mockery's karma. A noble family of magi that was driven out of their homeland and declined in this far eastern country, unable to familiarize themselves with the rules of the foreign land. But that's wrong. If that were the case, salvation would be possible. If that were the reason for his bloodline's end, he may have escaped fate. Or accepted fate. Accepted fate. But that's not why. It's not that the Japanese soil didn't suit them. The mockery didn't die out because of an external factor. They merely dropped out. It's been 300 years since the start of their search. 300 years was their limit. The family died out in Zoken's generation. The suffering started there, and the old man could do nothing but deny the truth. Mato Zoken's life was a frantic protest against the end of the mockery bloodline. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He doesn't fucking want to die, is what I'm reading. Right. Dying's not possible. The rotting body, it's painful. Nothing but pain. The 500 years were filled with pain. Pain filled the whole life. So what's so bad about seeking eternity? Suffering without satisfaction. Can't disappear without leaving anything behind. The Holy Grail is right there. Grant the wish. The answer's no. Being not wanting to die. The wish will come true on top of the cliff, but it's impossible with this body. The shortest distance is nothing compared to 500 years. So why is it so far away? The meat crawls across the floor, leaving bits of itself behind. Such tenacity. It should have no function to move, but it moves forward with tenacity. A thought that's filled only with obsession. Ignoring the impending collapse, it moves forward to the Holy Grail. But someone calls out to the hideous monster. A bell-like, beautiful voice.
何
He looks up. Within the blur stands a girl. The flesh stops moving forward. It looks up at the girl in astonishment. The old Magus doesn't see her. A woman deep in his memory. Ironsburn's golden saint who stayed in his mind without fading. 200 years ago. His partner sacrificed herself to create the great holy grail. It hasn't faded at all. The holy woman still has the eyes he adores.
我が旧敵よ。汝はなぜ死にたくないと思ったのか。
The girl lets out a familiar voice. Why don't you want to die? The pure question shields his mind from the pain. Why? Why? What? Now that she asks him, it's strange. Why doesn't he want to die? Why shouldn't he die? Dying means escaping the pain, so why did he cling on to life along with all the pain involved? He remembers. Yes, in the beginning he had a supreme goal. To obtain all creation. To obtain all knowledge. To reach where no man can reach. To exceed the limits of the body and reach infinity we call the soul. Reach the infinity we call the soul. The species called humanity has set limits. To go outside the spiral of the brain. To eliminate and cure all hatred and suffering. He remembers. The grief of finding there's no such thing as paradise. If it doesn't exist in this world, then if its creation is impossible with a human body, he inspired himself to go to a place where it can be done. Not to make a new world, but to change his human life. That's right. To the sky, to the limits. Be reborn and reach the unimaginable land. Unimaginable land. The ideal utopia. It's for that reason. That's why he sought the Holy Grail. He sought a miracle beyond human reach. He can't disappear until he makes it reality. He couldn't give up no matter how many times he was beaten, no matter how often he was shown he couldn't reach it. There's only one thing he dreamed of. To eliminate all evils of this world. They risked their lives for an ideal that couldn't come true. That's why he remained. He kept seeking after his enemy, even after his enemies died, knowing it was meaningless. He believed he had a reason to exist, and that his existence would bring on a successor. That's why he continued to live. He can't die, no matter how much it hurts him. He wanted to overthrow the youthful anguish he felt when he was young. That was his way of life, the answer he came up with. Yes. Even if his life is not compensated for. That was his first wish. The pain. How small is the wish of not wanting to die compared to pursuing a wish that will not come true? Use it. Okay, I guess I should have read that with a Japanese pronunciation instead of his reading it as Justice. He looks up at the world. The cavern's collapsing. Mato Sakura has been released and taken out of this small world. A third sorcery that was created by mistake, Angramanyu, is flickering like a heat haze. And the old Magus accepts that everything is out of his reach. This end was determined at the start. This is all that Mockery's journey can accomplish, no matter where it ends. But in no way is it a miserable end to a life filled with pain. It's probably just a start. His journey is just starting. 500 years is nothing. How can it be reached in a mere 500 years? What they wished for is distant, dazzling, sacred, something that will come true in the distant future. A growth of the human species that will come after many years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. So, this is a trifling but meaningful matter to start the journey. It's not that their desire ends here. The journey starts here. The history to reach the distance starts its loop with the end of a dream. The voice is that of the old Magus. No matter what light he sought, he's a heretic who approved of wrongdoing. Not hiding it until the very end, he cuts his attachment to life. The last one disappears. One of the magi that sought a miracle, the observer that also started everything, rots away. The pile of flesh is buried without trace by the crumbling rocks. The one that lived on, taking many forms. Every last trace of the Magus vanishes from the world as the embodiment of his desire is destroyed. Interlude. Oh man. And the fight continues. His palm slams against me. It doesn't matter what my body's made of. The attack's meant to damage inside me, so the attack mercilessly pierces through me. I'm overwhelmed in this battle. My fists are dodged and parried, while his attacks land cleanly. Every time his fists hit me, my vision whites out. It's not because of the damage, but because of the pain brought on by my left arm, which tries to heal and overwrite my wounded body. I protect my head. My face hasn't turned into swords yet. It'll be over if I'm hit there. I can't manage to strike him, so I put everything into fending off his attacks to my head. My sense of pain's already numbed, and my vision will be cut off soon. The only pain my brain can sense is the invasion from my left arm. His bloody fists pulverize my body. My left arm frantically tries to repair me, and consequently, everything turns white. My vision and mind turn too white to be recovered. Even thinking brings pain now. As my body is destroyed, swords are created trying to keep it alive. In exchange, my brain continues to be ground away. I don't know which one of us will die first. The bones in his fists are destroyed. He bears it with an agonized expression and keeps up the assault. I dodge and swing my right fist. It's repelled. A jolt runs through my left rib. I resist the sword, stabbing my brain, and punch again. I can still move. I can still move. Can't move. This is my lap. That hurt. That one hurt. I shouldn't feel any pain, but my body's about to cry out from it. Flung like a rag doll, my body hits a large piece of rubble, narrowly avoiding falling off the cliff. I can't get up. If the impact hurts this much, the pain to reinforce my body would be beyond imagination. It'll be the end. I'll burn out, unable to bear the pain. But if I go to sleep before that, if I close my eyes... The enemy walks to me. He can't run either. Both of us might disappear within the next minute. Then... What did you swear? Who did you swear to protect? Liv. She said she won't be saved unless both of you are alive. What did you lose? What did you lose in exchange? The enemy comes closer. He drags his legs, trying to get close enough to crush my skull. No way. I won't lose. That man has no goal. He's just following his way of life he protected. But I have one. I have a goal. I have a reason I have to beat him. A reason I have to win. I don't know how much I made someone cry. was crying. I couldn't see her. She only smiled in front of me, and always cried by herself. Yes. So I have to protect her. The crimes committed. The crimes that condemn... The crimes... I have to protect her from everything. The girl that could only smile in front of me. Her body was dying, but she still said she'd protect me. Gotta protect that smile, so she can eventually smile in front of other people. You're getting in the way of that. Get lost. Sakura can't smile if you exist. One blow. I punch my enemy in the face with everything I have. Two blows, 3 blows, 4 blows, 5 blows, 6 blows, 7 blows. I punch. This is it. There's nothing left if I miss this chance. I put all of my remaining life into this miraculous chance. I'm blown away. He deflected my attack and counterattacked me with a hard shot. I know. Damn. I know he won't let me punch him that easily. He's many times stronger than me, so he can easily fend off my attacks and come finish me off. Yeah, so what? The difference in our powers won't change. Things won't conveniently go right for me. I'm blown away and my enemy comes to smash my head. I'll lose. I'll lose. It's a self-evident truth. But my body still moves. My enemy looms over me. My legs don't move. Yeah, my right leg really doesn't move at all, but I fire them up to raise my body. I won't die here. I can't avoid the enemy's attack with these legs. In desperation, I try to avoid the death coming in the next second and... The guy in front of me didn't make it. He's standing in front of me with an upraised fist.
ここまでか。単純に時間の差が出るとはな。
He looks down at his chest. A black stain is right where his heart should be. The difference in time. So he became half dead in the forest a bit before I did.
お前の勝ちだ、エミヤシロ。その体で何秒持つかは知らんが、目的があるのなら急ぐがいい。
He's just like before. He sounds uninterested in anything, just like when I first met him at the church.
お前が最後のマスターだ。聖杯を前にし、その望みを果たすがいい。
The last master. The words contain deep weight, but the priest still sounds the same. It's natural. This man won't change even on the verge of his death. He continues to be my despicable enemy.
散々痛めつけてくれたお礼だ。容赦なく、あんたの願いを壊してくる。
Did he smile in his last moment? On the verge of rusting away, my eyes no longer serve their purpose. The priest disappears from this world with no one to bury him. I take a breath, drawing enough oxygen to allow me to move. My throat only moves once. Fortunately, it's not painful. Most of my senses have turned to steel. No matter how hard I try, I'm starting to feel faint. Let's go. It's my final job. I release my left arm. My consciousness is about to fade away. My last projection. I'll use the strongest sword I know to destroy the curse along with the Great Holy Grail. It'll be the definite end. No. I can't go back if I use it. I know I'm going to disappear anyway, but I have to try to find some other way as long as I'm alive. I promised I'll protect Sakura from everything. I can't selfishly die. I want to live with Sakura, so... But there's no other way. Sakura's crime, the absolute requirement for Sakura's happiness, is the destruction of this curse. Only a single grain of my consciousness is left. Sakura, the promise I made with you. A sword is in my hand. Body last.
シロは死なないよ。だってこの門を閉じるのは私だから。
It's the voice of someone I can't remember. I can't remember, but I call her name. I know I have to do it, because we'll never return if I don't.
ねえ、シロは生きたい？どんな命になっても、どんな形になっても、シロはまだ生きていたい？
I want to live. Name. I have to call her name and stop her. But I want to live. I know disappear if I nod, but I want to live from the bottom of my heart.
よかった。私もそうしたかった。私よりシロにこれからを生きてほしかったから。
What are you saying, idiot? Just come back. You won't be able to return if you go any further. I'm so damn. I have to remember her name, but my head's turned stupid, and then the important name is...
じゃあ、奇跡を見せてあげる。前に見せた遠見の応用だけど、今度のはすごいんだよ。なんて言ったって、みんなが見たがってた魔法なんだから。
I don't need to see it. Just come back.
けど、器だけは安物かな。使えるのは私の体しかないから、完全に再現はできないの。けど大丈夫。リンと一緒に試行錯誤すれば、すぐに元通りにしてもらえるわ。
She goes to the center. The person in white becomes a sacrifice, just like in the first ritual to close the Great Holy Grail.
じゃあね。私とシローは血がつながっていないけど、シローと兄弟で本当によかった。
That's how you feel, then don't go. I can't sacrifice you. I said we'd live together and make up for all the time you lived alone. But if one of us has to be sacrificed, then...
言ったよね。兄貴は妹を守るもんなんだって。ええ、私はお姉ちゃんだもん。なら、弟を守らなくっちゃ。
I remember. Her name, Kiritsugu's real blood relative. The girl who was left alone because I came and stole him. A girl with silver hair and red eyes that's a bit older than me. I can't reach her. I don't hear voices anymore. I can't see anything in this light. And at the last moment... She smiles goodbye and shuts the gate of the Great Holy Grail. The sage cries out, "Open, gates of heaven." But the curtain closes, the millennium comes to a standstill. Our dreams, our hope, was a forbidden failure from the start. The stars fill the sky, space closed into nothing. The pathway to the center is shrouded along with our sins, at last filled with. All has been engulfed by the darkness. Nothing can hurt you now. At last you've been set free from the pain you carried for long. You may now rest without a worry on your mind. Wow, that did not appear for long enough. That was really hard to read really fast. At least out loud. Hope you guys caught that in your mind's eye, because damn. I can see the sky. I definitely didn't pick the movements of that text. That was way too fast. I can go into the sky if I reach out just a bit. But there's nothing left. There's absolutely no energy left in my body. I'm sinking. The life she saved is sinking. I clench my fist out of vexation. I feel something cold in my hand. Sensation rouses my mind.
大丈夫。リンが助けてくれるから。
Yeah. There's a miracle in my hand. A little magical energy. A small, useless pendant, but it can at least help me reach out with my hands. I reach out. The gentle atmosphere and the warm sun hits my skin. In my hand is the endless blue sky. Drop the bag filled with souvenirs on the ground and stretch. That sounds like Rin. The sky is clear and sunny and the spring sunlight feels great. It's too bright after the darkened interior of the plane, but this is nothing since I'm finally free of the long journey.
あ、ベールでなくなってる。代わりに映画館なんてできたんだ。しばらく見ないうちに変わったな。
I stretch myself out and look around the town. It took 25 hours to travel from London to this suburban Japanese town. My body's cramped from being stuffed in a small seat. My butt hurts from all the sitting. And I hit my head on the ceiling during the landing.
エコノミーどころの話じゃないわよね。せめてまっとうな旅行会社を使えばよかった。
Moral of the story? Don't skimp on travel expenses when taking long trips. Even if I'm dirt poor, and Luvia Sheltia says,
あらミスト大阪、お金に困っているのなら私好きのメイドにしてあげてもよろしくてよ。4番街のしみったれた悪趣味カフェのウェイトレス1年分の月給は保証しますわ。ああ、そう。言っておきますけど、割と本気ですから。明日朝一で編入届を出してきなさいね。
Can't be stingy when I'm coming back to my home country. Yeah, I'll be smart next time. I have the return tickets, so I have to deal with that worn-out plane on the way back.
バスは20分待ちか。まあ、面倒だし歩いていこう。
I lift up the bag and start to walk. It's about an hour on foot. It takes a while, but it's good since there's still time until we're supposed to meet.
懐かしいな。海沿いの風だ。
I squint against the wind as I roll my travel bag. I'm back. The hometown seems to have changed in the year I've been away, but it hasn't actually changed at all. I walk on, delighted by every trifling detail. My yearly homecoming, my first time back in this country since I went overseas to London. It's pleasant to walk through the town for the first time in a year. Well, the happiness doesn't change the fact that the bag is mercilessly heavy. Yeah, an hour with a suitcase? That's pretty fucking heavy.
よし。
Even if it's just one suitcase.
OK かな。
Do you want to see a sin? What? What? What kind of question is that? I take a shower and check my appearance in the mirror. Not that I'm self-conscious, but it won't do any harm to get fired up since this is the first time I'll be seeing them in a year. Oh, there's one person that might glare at me, but I'll ignore her just for today. The house is cleaner than I thought, and there isn't much accumulated dust. Sakura might be cleaning this place from time to time. I'm thankful. I really am,
あの
but
子変なことにここを使ってないわよね。なんか記憶にないシャンプーがあったんだけど。
shampoo goes in the bath. You don't put shampoo in the study, kitchen, entrance, or the yard. No. It's nothing to worry about, but it's pretty suggestive.
もう3時じゃない。ああ、もう2時間も何してたんだ私。
I dash to the door, try to put on some pumps to show off, give up, change back to my boots, and dash out again. I'm supposed to be there at 4. I want to get there early and inspect my enemy, but my strength will go down if my hair gets messed up. It's regrettable, but I should face them straight on. A colored cap is a sin. It's so uncomfortable. It's an emotional moment, but I just want to forget about everything and run in now that I'm here. I go through the gate and up to the door. Well, let's ring the doorbell. After the ding-dong, the door opens. I'm assuming you've already posted that somewhere. An agonizing colored kappa. Oh, it's Ryder. I'm surprised. Ryder came to the door and she's wearing normal
た
clothes.
だいま。ちょっと早いけど帰ってきたわ。さくらはいる？ライダ？
ええ。さくらは部屋で、タイガは居間で待っています。
藤村先生もいるんだ。で、春休みだから当然か。ほんじゃ、お邪魔します。とりあえず、はい。
Oh, Tori.
私はさくらを呼んできます。
Cut off Rin's dialogue for a second there. Thankfully, it was only one syllable. Or 2 syllables, my bad. I walk into the hallway. I gaze at Ryder while we head to the living room. Could she be considered an ambush? She was beautiful before, but it stands out much more in her normal clothes. To be blunt, she's really gorgeous. When a woman calls another woman gorgeous, you know it's true. I've seen many beautiful women over there, but I haven't seen anyone as beautiful as Ryder. Well, she's superior to humans, so it's natural she's extraordinary. She's a servant, after all. The Magi in the spirit dispelling department would be unable to work for 3 days if they saw her. I bet they'd lock themselves up in their workshop for a month if they found out she's a familiar.
リン、私に話があるのですか？
そうね。あれから調子はどう？少しは今の状態に慣れた？
そうですね。2年前に比べれば安定しています。リンがいなくなってからは不安定でしたが、1月ほど前から安定しだしました。さくらもコツをつかんだようです。
そう。まあ、ライダーとさくらは相性がいいから心配はしてなかったけど、その、さくらに黙って血なんて取ってないでしょうね。
It's not that I'm blaming her, but if she is, I'm worried about whether she can follow through.
それこそ心配無用です。さくらに知られるような真似は決して。
It's a vague answer, but I guess I'll let it slide since she doesn't seem to be troubling anyone. It's a bad habit of mine as a magus. Familiars as strong as Ryder are so valuable, I tend to overlook some mischief.
それではまた。リンには相談事もありますので、夜に時間を作っていただけますか？
It's just a little bit of blood being drunk, no big deal. Just a vein here or there.
内緒話ならここじゃなくてうちでしましょう。今夜はこっちに泊まるから明日の夜でいい？
Ryder nods and heads to Sakura's room. Oh.
お帰りなさい、リン。
ありがとう。留守中苦労かけたわね、ライダー。
She smiles and leaves. Jeez, I'm speechless. She's a real beauty. Not wrong. Not wrong.
元気そうで何よりね。
Ryder is pretty damn good looking.
はい、
How's it
お
going,
邪魔し
Tiger?
ます。藤村先生もお変わりないようで安心しました。
ああ、今日は遠坂さんが来るって聞いてたからずる休み。ま、今年の首相はしっかりしてるし、 今日は新入生対策の会議だから問題ないわ。
新入生対策？部員減ったんですか、弓道部？
増えたよ。ほら、去年はさくらちゃんが首相になってたでしょ。それで男の子は増えたんだけど、女の子が定員に届いてないのよ。で、東坂さんは卒業したから知らないか。ま、今年はかっこいい男の子が首相だから、うまく立ち回ればどっさり入ってくるだろうけどね。
はあ、かっこいい男の子って誰です？
三辻さんの弟さん。これがまあ姉さんとは正反対の小心者なのよ。部活紹介でステージになんて立ったら金縛りに合うわね、絶対。
I think she's choosing the wrong person for the job. Oh. Archery has this strict image, so it might be good to appeal to girls by showing how easy it is, but Ayaka's brother, huh? I never even heard she had one.
それであっちの暮らしはどうなの？日本人だからっていじめられてない？ほら、美大の子ってライバル心だけで友人関係成立してるじゃない？
藤村先生、それは偏見です。芸術を信奉する人間にそのような供給差はありません。
Yeah, instead you're getting bullied because you're broke. Because your magic requires shit tons of money and you don't have a bajillion dollars. Oh, poor Rin.
あ、怒られちゃった。
I can't tell her that all they care about is themselves. Making things worse, Fujimura Sensei's concerns are 100% correct at the department I'm in, but I'm gonna keep quiet. Ah, so she is being, people are being racist, and they're also bullying her because it's just a bad thing all around. Fucking sucks, Magic Association's garbage. And this is apparently set in what, 2006? Now? We've moved the timeline up. Wait a minute. Fujimura Sensei's looking at me and
なん
smiling.
でしょう、藤村先生。
東坂さん綺麗になったなって、一皮むけたっていうか、大人になったっていうか。
Why does the conversation end up here when girls are talking? And she's sharp too.
なんか手応えあり。どうなのよ。花のロンドンでしょ。こうパーッと出会った瞬間に謎の組織に追われて手をつないで大脱走。残り10分あたりでロンドン橋が炎上してキスしてお別れとかしちゃってたら承知しないぞ。
Well, it's not impossible.
いえ、別にそういうことはないです。
じゃあいい話は一切なし？
そういうわけではないんですが、まあできそうというかできないというか。
I can't help but give a vague answer. I had no shortage of proposals, and I'd like to at least have a research partner. So she has been asked out. But I somehow can't get serious. Every time I go out with a guy, I can't concentrate because another idiot keeps popping up in my head. It's unbelievable, but I think every day it might mean I'm in love with him. Oh no, it can't be true.
あ、さくらちゃん。
I straighten up at once. Oh, that's a new outfit. Damn, Sakura. What do you guys think? New outfit on Sakura. Yay? Nay? I'm thinking pretty good. Sakura is confused by my reaction. Wow, she hasn't changed a bit.
はい、元気だった、さくら。
Sakura nods. And her happiness is written on her face, plain as day.
おかえりなさい、姉さん。元気そうで嬉しいです。
She congratulates my return with the biggest smile I've seen. Spiritron for Parvati when? I mean, I'd like the kimono part of Spiritron for Parvati. An hour passed. But yeah, we'll get that outfit after the kimono. We talk about what happened during the year since I went overseas.
さくらもう卒業したんだね。それで進路はどうするの？うちに来るなら私から紹介状でっち上げるけど。そうですね。 嬉しいけど遠慮しておきます。今はこっちでやることがあるし、勉強なら見てくれる人がいますから。手紙にあった綺麗な後釜か。まあ人のいいじいさんみたいだし、うちに来るよりはマシだろうけど、たまには外に出て冒険してみないとダメになるわよ。ただでさえあんたは怠け性なんだから、教師は生きのいいのじゃないと。それなら大丈夫です。ダイダ、すごく厳しいから。
Depending on if it happens, Poison might go crazy if there's a Serenity Spiritron. Oh yeah, they are announcing like a whole pile of Spiritrons for the crossover, aren't they? Serenity Spiritron. And you'll have to wait 2 whole years because he doesn't play on Japanese servers too. That's rough. Ryder's really strict. What's Ryder teaching?
いや、そりゃ怖いでしょう、彼女の本気は。
She has mystic eyes of petrification after all. Yeah, her serious face is pretty terrifying. She'll just paralyze you. I bet your clothes will be turned to stone if she gets mad at you. Yeah, don't screw up too hard with her. Oh. Why doesn't Fujimura-sensei look well?
Fujimura-sensei?
何？ごめんなさい、聞いてなかった。
いえ、そういうのではないのですが、急に黙り込んでしまったから気になって。
あ、うん。さくらちゃんと遠坂さんを見てると、シローのことを思い出しちゃって。今いればすごくラッキーなのに、あの子ったら肝心なところで損してるんだから。ああ、帰り遅いよね、シロー。いつになったら帰ってくるのかな。
Fujimura-sensei looks out the window with the cup in her hand. She's looking off into the distance. She's looking up at the clear blue sky.
あれ、なんか変な雰囲気になっちゃったわね。私のせいかなとか。
そんなことないですよ。藤村先生が先輩の話をしてくれるのは嬉しいです。
ダメよ、さくらちゃん。さくらちゃんにとってシュローはもう先輩でも何でもないんだから。ま、それはともかく。急に体を動かしたくなったから道場で素振りでもしてくるわ。
Maybe Fujimura-sensei is being considerate. Maybe. Hell. I'm glad she's thinking about us, but I don't know how to start the conversation now.
まあいいか。こっちまで気を使うことないものね。聞いておくべきことは聞いておかないと。で、さくら、あんたの方はどうなのよ。あれから2年、なんとかやっていけそう？はい、少しずつですけど、いろいろなことを素直に受け止められるようになりました。罪の意識で潰されるのは逃げなんだって。
Good, good. We're on a step to emotional recovery.
私は私のできることをして少しずつ頑張っていこうと思います。そっか。ちょっと見てきたけど街も完全に元通りだものね。2年前の傷跡は消えていて、おかしな事件ももう起こらない。私の役目をさくらに押し付けて教会に行っちゃったけど、それはそれでよかったってことか。はい、姉さんの代わりは大変でした。おかげでこの1年間ずっと強くなれた気がします。
What does she actually have to do as a job? Or as like a wizard that's maintaining the region? It must mean mentally strong. Well, it just means people are better off moving around than sitting there and worrying. Yeah, better than graduating and doing nothing in one of the 3 houses you kind of own. You have partial ownership of.
なんかいろいろゴタゴタしてたって聞いてますけど。私？ゴタゴタしてたって言えばしてたけど。
Where should I start? Where should I start? I'll have to start 2 years ago. Alright. Holy Grail War. Way back then. It's been 2 years since the war Sakura and I were involved in. The Great Holy Grail was destroyed and the foundation of the Holy Grail War along with it. The search for the Holy Grail in this land has been permanently stopped, and the city of Fuyuki has regained its peace. But it didn't end for me there. The whole event on the land I supervise, the land of Fuyuki, belongs to my family, but the Magic Association approved it, so it's not completely ours. The Magic Association demands that all divine mysteries be hidden, and we broke that rule to pieces. First, the enormous damage the Holy Grail War caused to society. Next, the assassination of the Master dispatched by the Magic Association. And finally, the activation of the Swirl of Origin that the Association measured. Well, the first two are Kirei's responsibility, and he's the supervisor they sent, so I had my excuse. But I can't duck responsibility for the third one. The appearance of the gate from the Holy Grail, a ritual needing to the origin, needs to be conducted under the supervision of the Magic Association. And by their rules, I'm a criminal. They detected its activation in the far eastern land. They were surprised and happy, but it suddenly disappeared. They were mad that we opened the gate, but I hear they really wanted to kill me since we closed it, even though we succeeded. Even though I was busy dealing with the aftermath, I was taken to London's clock tower. And that's how the one-man court started, in a meeting room that could hold 300 people. There were heads of every department, along with Magi who wanted the Tosca family's rights once I'd been sentenced. It was more of a circus than a trial.
私もここまでか。こうなったら教会と反目している中東圏に逃げ込むか、日本で徹底抗戦だ。
I was determined in even making my escape plans, but there were people that wanted to save me, while there were people who wanted to kill me. Okay. In the face of everyone's condemnation.
いや、弟子の不始末は私の責任でもある。
The old man, who slightly outranked all who were present, appeared and nullified all of the charges against me. It's not that he took the blame in my place, it's give and take. Out of everything he could have done.
よかろう。では弟子を取ることにする。享受するのは3人までだ。各部門協議の末、見込みのあるものを選出せよ。
Do you recognize that voice? He dropped a bombshell. I mean, a long missing sorcerer appeared and said he'd take apprentices on top of it. The whole place became a riot, completely forgetting about me. Everyone ran to their departments, panicking over who should be selected. And he came to me, who was standing there dumbfounded. Wow.
というのはお前の国の言葉だったな。遠坂は最も目のない教え子だったが、わずか6代でたどり着くとは。
It's just 6 generations. And he said something ridiculous like that.
何のことでしょう、大師父。
I played dumb. Because I thought he'd kill me if they found out what went on. Sorcerers don't tell others about their sorcery. My instincts told me he'd kill anyone who followed in his footsteps without mercy. But my enemy is no ordinary person. He pats my head and praises me.
連中を利用してやれ。ここは窮屈な場所だが、道具だけは揃っておる。
As expected from the Great Master. The old man who traveled across many parallel worlds was a wholehearted guy. That's fucking right. She got an apprenticeship with Mother fucking Zelrech. Yep. The truth is, I can recreate the gem sword. I comprehended the blueprint and the theory during that fight, so I can copy the sorcery if I have the needed material and time. Well, I need a lot of money for it, so it's nothing I can accomplish in tens of years. Anyway, I got to walk away free. In addition, I got a free pass to the clock tower, so I named Sakura the supervisor of Fuyuki, and left for London. It's been a year since then. Life at the tower knocked me around a bit, but like Sakura, I'm slowly expanding my territory.
そうですか。それで姉さん、エミヤの家、先輩の問題になってないわ。報告にはあげてないし、キレイも巻き込まれて死亡した一般人としか記録してなかった。幸か不幸か、あいつのことを知っているのは私とあなただけってこと。
They're the only one who know about Senpai. The air tenses up. After the incident, Sakura and I were carried to the surface and managed to survive. Ryder took me to my house and replenished my magical energy. My magic crest will keep me alive, even by force, if I still have magical energy. I wasn't able to eat for a while, but I healed quickly. Sakura suffered after effects from her connection to Angermanu from the fact that he was gone. She didn't panic, nor did she get depressed. Hello, kind man, I'm here. And we are finishing this epilogue tonight. I'm gonna be a frickin' zombie tomorrow, but we're gonna do it. He pretended to be alright so he could come back anytime. If she'd freaked out instead of acting like that, I could have done something. But that's all in the past. Time passes and the days slowly change. Sakura graduated and she's saying she'll stay in this town a bit longer. I'm gonna spend my whole vacation here, and if I have to fly, I have to fly back to London in a week. Just a week of vacation? That sucks. What kind of school is that? Why did I come back to the place? Do they not have proper semesters? A year ago. No, a lot of things happened 2 years ago. My memory stops a year ago, but I was a frequent guest here until I graduated. Is that why? Feels like if I turn around towards the kitchen, I'll see him there, cooking with a knife in hand. An amateur magus who was involved in the Holy Grail War. He actually won and...
ただいま。いや、悪い悪い。一世から檀家のお供え物を分けてもらってたら遅くなっちまった。
He's still alive and well now. Shiro comes into the living room, arms laden with groceries. And... of course our eyes meet.
よ、相変わらず元気そうだな。
Oh, I forgot to skip that. He actually should say Tosuke at some point. Anyway. Crap, I'm about to burst out laughing. It's totally obvious he took a deep breath in the hallway and tried to act as normally as he can.
久しぶりね。相変わらず抜けてるみたいじゃない。そっちは。
Seem to be as dumb as ever. Wait, why am I panicking too? And Sakura is laughing at us for that.
無理して強がってると余計姉さんに笑われますよ。まあ、姉さんも同じように意地を張ってるからおあいこですけど。
Sakura says something scary.
別に無理なんてしてない。遠坂は家族なんだから、うちにいるのは当たり前だろ。
But he's loaded down with groceries. Jeez, what are you gonna do with that? We can't eat that much, you idiot.
そうね。緊張して損しちゃった。こいつなんにも変わってないし。はい。先輩はなんにも変わってません。
Oh, he's got that familiar look where he wants to say something but can't.
言ってろ。それより遠坂、今晩は飯食っていくんだろ？
ええ、泊まる気満々だけど。
そっか。じゃあ休んでろ。長旅で疲れただろう。晩飯はこっちで片付けるから、さくらとお茶飲んで待ってろよ。積もる話もあるだろうしな。
He goes into the kitchen and puts on his apron. This has been the scene here for a year, no, for half a year.
ありがとう。お言葉に甘えるわ。
そうしろそうしろ。あ、それとおかえり遠坂。ちっとも心配してなかったけど、いつも通りで安心した。
He wasn't worried, but he took a breath in the hallway and tried to act like things were normal.
ただいま、エミヤ君。そっちもいつも通りで嬉しいわ。
And the master of this house goes to make dinner for the freeloaders. Well, an apron. I wonder what happens next. Dinner, that's right. Dinner. I look forward to finding out how much he got back to normal in the last year.
調子良さそうじゃない。一時はどうなることかと思ったけど、あれなら相手が誰であろうとバレないかな。はい、おかげさまで一緒に卒業できました。
I see, I see. And there's nothing else I can do. Well, he didn't need our help in the first place, but I was able to come up for excuses for why he missed school for a year to deceive Fushimura-sensei. So, if you ask me why he's alive, I have to say it's sorcery. Emiyashiro's body was destroyed. Between the influence of Archer's arm and the strain of projecting beyond his limits, his magic circuit was broken to pieces. It was a death that even the Holy Grail couldn't reverse. But he's still moving around like that because the Shiro over there is his copy. Not right either. Anyway, Shiro's body died. That Holy Grail can't revive a dead body. The Holy Grail, Ilya, can only use the divine mystery called the Third Sorcery. Ilya managed to revive Shiro's soul with that. He revived his soul and gave him a body free of wounds. You might not believe me, but this is the Third Sorcery we're talking about. It's not just putting your spirit into someone else's brain and controlling them. Once you give it a container or a body, the soul manifested by the Third Sorcery will take perfect form. It's the genes of the soul, not those of the body. Preserving Shiro's soul, Ilya revived him by inserting it into a container. But it wasn't perfect. Maybe Ilya's Third Sorcery didn't match the original. A few days after the cavern collapse, the Shiro Rider found was just a bit different from the Shiro we knew. She didn't find him, she picked him up, and it was more like she plucked him out. I was surprised and wondered how it could be possible. But if I think about it, the body that's cooking right now is being remotely controlled by his soul. Memories, mind, and magic circuit are actually in the soul. Okay, I didn't know the magic circuit was actually entirely based in your soul. Interesting. Though the body's only a terminal to move around, the command structure is invincible in that world. Alright, well, we experimented with a lot of things in the first half of the year. It's not like he'd grow if we watered him, and we weren't equipped to make a homunculus. So we ended up selling the books at the Mato house and obtaining a body left by a famous puppet maker, leaving us where we are now. By the way, famous puppet maker. Ring any bells for those of you who watched Garden of Sinners? Karanokiokai? A certain famous puppet maker. Anyway, don't take this the wrong way. Shiro's as human as the rest of us. He can go get surgery at hospitals, drink cold medicines, and die when he's killed. Yeah, it's important that people die when they're killed. Souls can be put into bodies to give them life, but the souls will be fixed to the body in exchange. In short, he's like a servant that can operate without a master. The only difference is he's living in this age. He'll grow old and die of old age, and he cooks like he's doing now. He's the same Emiya Shiro.
でも元が中古だしな。何人か腕のいい人形師を当たってみたんだけど、今の素体よりいい出物はなかったわ。あの素体を作ったっていう人にお願いしようともしたけど、その人封印指定を受けて教会から逃げ出したんだって。見つけるのは骨でしょうね。そうですか。けど先輩は今のままで問題ないって言ってますよ。魔力の通りが悪いだけで、あとは前よりいいくらいだって。
Magical energy doesn't flow well, but everything else is better than before? That's not too bad. Considering your body got a... Your body is like fucking destroyed. Could be worse.
私もそう思います。
Everything's better than before. And she blushes, looks to the right, and says, I think so too. How? The soul will overwrite the body, no matter how good the body is. So there may be places that aren't functioning properly, and I don't think it'll get any better.
ちょっと待った。
Why are you getting embarrassed?
さくら？
Sakura?
そのですね。私もやりすぎかなって思うんですけど、私の体がまだその。
That's right. Sakura's body still has after effects from Angermine. Even with the contract broken, she's still a holy grail. She was connected to Angermine, and so she's still connected with the other side. Vast amounts of magical energy are collecting in Sakura's body, and she has to periodically let it out. Because of that magical energy, she can keep Rider even after the Holy Grail's destruction. But she still can't use it all, so she must be giving the surplus to Shiro. What are you talking about? You can't use it all. Just fucking have Rider go around spamming the shit out of Bellerophon. Just be like, yeah, tonight you're gonna be a shooting star. Just blast across the sky. Okay, we're good. You can't mana transfer that much to a person. Remember, it's inefficient. It's way easier. I think it would be way easier to just spam it with like a Noble Phantasm or something like that. Just tell Ryder she can go ham with magic whenever she wants to. Shiro's current body has a very weak magic circuit, so he would return to how he was before without her help.
いろいろと込み入ってるのね、あなたたち。はい。前途多難です。
That's a rough road, isn't it? Gotta transfer mana to Shiro. Life's rough. He unironically needs mana transfers. There are lots of problems to living normally, but Sakura's constitution is a huge advantage if she's planning to live as a magus. Yeah, you can just expend mana on like the dumbest shit if you want to be a wizard now. The minute Taiga's not looking, you can just be like, yeah, I'm gonna do this incredibly wasteful thing because I'm still Holy Grail and generate a shit ton of mana. Yeah, it's a huge advantage if you want to be a fucking wizard, man. Oh, I got too much mana.
考えてみればすごいパーティーじゃない、私たち。
I like how they're like. She said we're an amazing party. She said Sugoi Party, right? Yeah, an amazing bunch. One of you can make a legendary sword. The other one is like a super wizard. The other one is also a super wizard, but his magic circuits aren't working right now. But he's also come back from beyond death, so... Yeah, Shiro's a successful example of the third sorcery and should be able to use his reality marble if he starts training. Oh yeah, that seems good. Sakura can use her abilities as the Holy Grail, although only in part. And she even has Rider, yeah. And you can manage a copy of the second sorcery, so... Yeah, you're probably set. You guys are fucking... You're gonna rock Japan. You're invincible. Well... I wish they'd hold a magic tournament at the association. We'd easily win, so maybe they could just hand us our prize money, about 500,000 pounds, of course. And don't deduct income tax, because we're Japanese. No, I want that 500 grand. Crap, I'm beginning to feel like it. We'll be able to do whatever we want after that, full of happiness and hope. I'll use the money to reproduce the gem sword, leave that crappy place, and come back to this town. Then we can...
無理か。人間地道が一番だし。
I quickly give up on the idea. I think it's too fanciful. I like my life, and I'm looking forward to the changes in the future. It's not like we'll be apart forever. I'm sure they won't lead an ordinary life in this peaceful town with all the potential problems they have.
姉さん、なんか今邪悪な笑みをこぼしてましたけど。そう？勘がいいわね、さくら。
I get up from the cushion. I can't take things slow. I can only stay here for 7 days after all. I can't skip a single one of these dinners.
シロ、手伝うから今度貸して。英国仕込みの腕前見せてあげる。
I reject his protests. I'm smiling more than I really mean to as I put on the apron that's prepared for me.
さて。
I roll up my sleeves and head to the kitchen. Oh, and before that, I remember the most important thing I need to verify. It's been 2 years. I turned back to my younger sister.
さくら、幸せ？
Rin not looking like a pancake. Her full smile is perfect. See that? Perfect. That made my whole trip worthwhile. My whole trip worth it. She gives me some of her happiness, and I look up at the sky. Winter passed before I knew it, and it's spring. The scenery is dyed pink without a trace of old days. I keep walking on, weighing what we've lost and what we've gained. Well... Is that Little Red Riding Hood, Shit. Why did I forget her name? Antoinette. Story in this town has ended, but our story is just beginning. The end roll will come in the distant future. It looks like it'll be another clear day tomorrow, and my vacation's just starting. Let's look forward to the new day, the new future. I can see us leisurely walking down the hill road. Well, let's go see the flowers we promised to see. So the winter went by and spring came along. Nature in its full bloom, and there's nothing left that reminds you of the harsh cold. Dash away both what you lost and gained, for life continues on. Nothing. The story that unraveled in this town has reached its conclusion. New stages and people are waiting for it. Alright. And there's the credits. Ooh, that was good. Alright, it looks like, oh, cool, Ilya. Alright. Ooh, we got, oh, Marie Antoinette Red Riding Hood is for arcade. That's why you're like, arcade pain pick. Ah. You know what, I don't mind that too much. I'm not all that jazzed about that. Yeah, I'm not super jazzed about that one. It looks okay. I don't have a Marie Antoinette on my NA account, and I don't really like her that much. Like, she's okay, I guess. But the fact that it's like middlingly important to me means I don't really care too much, especially because I don't know if the dance game collab is exclusive to mobile, but if it is, that's like 20 costume dresses, man. That we're getting a lot. I'm okay on missing out on one if we're getting fucking 20. 20 certainly makes up for like the 7 we're behind on, right? Right? Like, it doesn't matter too much if we miss out on 1 or 2. Man, that was a pretty good ending. I know there's like 2 endings. And I think we have to do the entire game over again if we want to get that one, so I'll probably skip through it sometime on my own. But I think that's our main ending. Yeah, that was good. I hope you guys enjoyed that. It's super late here, and I have to get up in like less than 5 hours. Actually, no, not less than 5. It will be 5 hours in 3 minutes. So I gotta get going. I hope you guys enjoyed. That was Fate's Stay Night Heavensfield. We've now gone through the entirety of it live on stream, and honestly, it was pretty fucking good. I liked the perspective of Shiro in this. It was much more obvious what was going on. The movie really struggled to convey how much you were suffering, what you forgot. Like the alternative routes really helped to clarify that, in addition to the first person perspective, because when you see what happens if he just pushes himself or makes slightly different decisions, you kind of get a more complete image of not only the character, what's going on, what their decisions lead to, but you also, like, even if it's, you know, a decision that's 90% the same, it still gives you a little bit more information to work with, where you can kind of go, okay, so that's how he's feeling. You get more of a feel for his current state, how close he is, what happens if something happens. You know, it resolves a lot of your what if questions, right? It's like when the not this episode, but the last time we did this, when we had the fight with Saber, well, we died fighting solo. Like, you see what happens if he just can't make it and he has to spam that projection to win. You gotta see exactly how that works out for him. I really like that. I really like seeing stuff like that where you're like, okay, so that's what happens if he's overuses projection. He just, like, literally goes brain dead. So it can in fact kill him. It won't just be the swords exploding out of him that kill him, like in this one. Although his mind was pretty close to being gone. Like, that was pretty fucking close at the end. But alright, I'm not going to keep you guys too much longer, since, like I said, I gotta get going. Thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow is going to be some more Grand Order. Probably some Battletech. Might start a little bit late, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to be so freaking tired tomorrow. I hope you guys had a great night. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching, and have a great evening.